Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman. This is Season 5, Episode 2, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And maybe Lady Che will be joining us as well. And on this Season 5, Episode 2, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in Part 1. And those are 100 things you didn't know were invented by Black people. Dr. Joy DeGruy, post-traumatic slave syndrome, the truth they never taught us. Dr. Marimba Ani, understanding the Maafa and its impact on African cultural identity. Then we got FBAs say it's not fair that Ukrainian migrants drive around Houston in a Benz unemployed. Then we got the address to the African nation. The FBI tried to lock Chairman O'Malley up for saying this. Then we got Black farmer says DEI policy humiliates red state Trump farmers. Then we got attorney Cheryce talks about LA reparations. Then we got Dead Raven Symone stand on Lineage business. And if we have time, the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, hits the golf course as U.S. economy crashes. Sauce Walker and SAYSO peace shooter JAYDEN Dandridge found dead in Houston. I believe Twin Pyramid wanted me to cover this. And then Democrats are big mad that Eric Adams' corruption case was dismissed. And then we got This Is Real Shit. Eric Adams goes off, exposing Biden's corrupt DOJ on punk-ass Adam Schulz, Flagrant. That's the same one that was talking about raping Kendrick Lamar during a skit or some ridiculous shit. So those are the topics. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the chat. So I'm going to hop right into it because it's already late. I was trying to wait for Tariq to finish his live. But everybody wants to go live when I'm going live. around the same time. So that was the topic. So make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. And we're gonna hop right into it. No, that's the ridiculous interview. Sorry, I got all these damn windows open now. Keep up. Okay, yeah. I guess still got the keywords. Okay. So the first topic is 100 things that you didn't know were invented by Black people. Shout out to Black journals for this.
Care from the 3-light traffic signal, refrigerated trucks, automatic elevator doors. From the 3-light traffic signal, refrigerated trucks, automatic elevator doors, color monitors for desktop computers, to the shape of the modern ironing board, the clothes wringer, blood banks, laser treatment for cataracts, home security systems, and the Super Soaker children's toy, many objects and services Americans use every day were invented by Black men and women, despite the cruel segregation and racism which dominated their time. Some of these innovators were recognized for their inventions, but countless other inventors of color have gone largely unrecognized. Others, completely lost to history. There were some instances where Black inventors would compete with Alexander Graham Bell, with Thomas Edison, and their inventions will turn out incredibly good and sometimes even more transformative, but they just did not have access to the capital. Neither were they granted the same access to all the different systems that the United States puts in place to support white inventors. In this video, we will be discussing, amongst many others, 50 Black inventors and their inventions that changed the world. 1. Thomas L. Jennings. During a time in American history when the vast majority of Black people were slaves and owned as properties, luckily Thomas L. Jennings was born to a free Black family in New York City. This awarded him the opportunity to learn a trade as a tailor and eventually operate his own tailoring business. Jennings was dissatisfied with the traditional methods of cleaning clothing, which gave him the impetus to experiment with new techniques. In the process, he had ended up inventing a dry scouring method, a precursor to modern dry cleaning. His dry scouring allowed clothing to get clean without damage from water soaking through the fibers. In 1821, Jennings was granted.
Okay, greetings, Shabaka.
Hey, what's going on?
I already went over the topics, so I'm not going to go over them again, but I did email you the list of the topics. So the first topic is 100 things you didn't know were invented by Black people.
Right. Yes, because they had like a poster of a list of all the Black inventions, you know what I mean, and what have you. And then, of course, as we do know, is that a lot of these crackers went and stole the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So you just got the very beginning of it. So we're going over T. Jennings now, who invented the modern day dry cleaning.
Okay. Okay.
Granted a patent for his new cleaning method, making him most likely the first Black individual in the U.S. to receive a patent. Jennings established his own tailor and dry cleaning business and gained a reputation as a respected local community member. Using the proceeds from his business, Jennings had joined in the fight for the abolition of slavery. He had as well purchased the freedom of his wife, Elizabeth, who at the time was an indentured servant, and that of his children. 2. Judy Reed. Judy Reed was the first African-American woman to receive a patent. She received the patent for a device that kneaded and rolled dough. Very little is known about Reed's life before or after she received the patent. It is known that she applied for a patent in January 1884 for her dough kneader and roller. The device improved existing dough kneaders because it mixed the dough more evenly as it went through rollers. The rollers were carved with slats that acted as kneaders. The dough then entered a covered container that protected it from dust and other things. Reed received the patent for her invention on September 23, 1884. Reed's invention significantly impacted commercial baking, and her patent paved the way for more women and minorities to obtain patents and contribute to the field of innovation. By improving the efficiency of dough preparation, her invention made baking easier and enabled the production of more baked goods. Judy Reed's legacy as an inventor and pioneer in the baking industry has inspired generations of inventors and entrepreneurs. 3. Benjamin Banneker.
Right.
As a self-taught mathematician, Benjamin Banneker demonstrated a natural talent for inventing from a young age. In his early 20s, he became fascinated with a pocket watch and borrowed it to study its mechanism. A year later, he created an early version of a chiming wall clock that struck a gong on the hour instead of playing the Westminster chime melody. Banneker's clock kept time for over 40 years. Born free in 1731, Banneker never experienced slavery. At 61, he completed the first edition of Banneker's Almanac and gave it to Thomas Jefferson, and then the United States Secretary of State. In the 18th century, almanacs were essential household items. They provided information about the timing of sunrise, sunset, lunar and solar eclipses, moon phases, and holidays.
Right.
Farmers in Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia relied on Banneker's Almanac as a guide. With his stunning inventions, he was able to ask Jefferson, the third president of the United States, for an advocate for equal rights for African Americans and fight against racial prejudice, and Jefferson approved it, acknowledging the fact that Black people had talents equal to those of other races. Banneker passed away in 1806, 59 years before slavery was abolished. 4. James Forten. Born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in 1766. He served in the U.S. Navy during the Revolutionary War and was captured by the British. Despite being offered freedom if he agreed to live in England, Forten refused, choosing to remain a prisoner for liberty rather than betray his country. After the war, he became an apprentice sailmaker and developed equipment to help handle ship sails, significantly improving efficiency. His invention made him wealthy, and he used his wealth to support the abolition of slavery. Forten passed away in 1842. 5. George Peake. George Peake, a soldier in the Revolutionary War, invented the conventional hand mill used for grinding corn. He was part of the first settlement in what would become modern-day Cleveland, Ohio, which was largely unsettled until the early 19th century. Peake's hand mill consisted of 2 round stones, each approximately 19 inches wide. At the time, the only tools available for grinding were the traditional mortar and pestle, making the hand mill a more efficient and convenient option. Although Peake did not file for a patent, he later received credit for his invention thanks to a publication by the Cleveland Leader newspaper. 6. Andrew J. Beard. Andrew Beard was born into slavery, but became one of the country's most brilliant inventors. Even before working for various rail companies, he invented a flour mill, several plows, and a rotary steam engine. However, while working for the railroads, he developed his most famous invention, the Jenny coupler. The Jenny coupler automatically linked and locked 2 train cars as they bumped into each other, eliminating the need for workers to manually insert a metal pin and significantly reducing the risk of accidents and deaths. Before Beard's invention, connecting train cars was dangerous work, and the Jenny coupler revolutionized transportation efficiency and safety. 7. Henry Blair. Although Henry Blair is often credited as the first Black person to hold a U.S. patent, that honor belongs to Thomas Jennings, who was awarded a patent in 1821. While the U.S. Patent Office did not typically identify patent holders by race, Jennings' achievement was remarkable, given the racial prejudice and discrimination of the time. Little is known about Blair, except that he was likely not enslaved, as enslaved individuals were considered property and unable to hold patents. Blair, on the other hand, was a successful farmer who patented 2 inventions that helped him to boost his productivity. He received his first patent for a corn planter, which combined plowing, seeding, and soil coverage features on October 14, 1834. The planter resembled a wheelbarrow, with a compartment to hold the seed and rakes dragging behind to cover them. This device enabled farmers to plant their crops more efficiently and enable a greater total yield. He was later awarded a second patent for a cotton seed planter in 1836. Blair signed all his patent with an X, indicating that he was illiterate. 8. Hugh M. Brown. Hi Brown was committed to improving people's living conditions as an educator with a practical mindset. He worked alongside prominent figures like Charles Chesnut, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Booker T. Washington to advance education. In addition to his work in education, Brown had gone ahead and invented a device, combining his knowledge of prototype design engineering to trap sewer water and prevent it from flowing back into homes. He was awarded a patent for his prototype design engineering invention in 1890, and his device helped people maintain a civilized living environment. 9. George Washington Carver. All 3 patents awarded to George Washington Carver were for cosmetics, paints, and stains. None of them were commercially successful. Carver's discoveries were much more important than his inventions. He discovered that continuous cotton crops in the same piece of land depleted the soil's natural nutrients. To avoid the damage, he experimented with crop rotation. Using peanut and sweet potato plants as the intermediates, he figured out that the system helped restore nitrogen in the soil, making the land healthy again. Now that the market had more peanuts than anybody could ever need, Carver found other product uses. Among the products were metal polish, glue, shampoo, soap, and face powder. As mentioned above, none of the inventions made him a wealthy man. 10. Shelby Davidson. Shelby Davidson was born in Lexington, Kentucky, on May 10, 1868. He graduated from Howard University in 1893 with a Bachelor of Arts degree. Davidson went on to practice law, but is most remembered as an inventor. Davidson journeyed to Washington, D.C. in 1887. Working in the auditing department of the United States Post Office, the young African-American became interested in finding a more efficient way to handle government auditing functions. In 1908, after studying adding machines for 2 years, Davidson found his answer in the form of his first invention, a rewind device for adding machines. Davidson was convinced his device would greatly improve efficiency by reducing both paper usage and the time clerks spent in paperwork. The government agreed with him and officially began utilizing the invention that same year. Davidson was also keenly interested in mechanical tabulation, and in 1911 patented a device designed to help postal clerks. This automatic fee device, which Davidson continued to improve, paved the way for more efficient processing of postal fees. 11. Lewis Latimer. Born in 1848 to formerly enslaved parents, Lewis Latimer was fortunate enough to land a job at a patent law firm after the Civil War, where he fought on the Union side. At the firm, he provided valuable invention design, helped as a draftsman whose drawings of machinery, mechanisms, and various inventions determined whether any patent application would be approved or denied. A skillful draftsman of his time, Latimer was employed by Alexander Graham Bell to draw the draft for the telephone design, for which Bell received the patent in 1876. While working as a draftsman and assistant manager for the U.S. Electric Lighting Company, he improved the process of making carbon filament for light bulbs so that it might last longer and be cheaper to produce. The filament was even more effective than Edison's design, and in 1884, he was invited to work with Thomas Edison himself. He was the first person of color to be included in the exclusive Edison Pioneers organization. Latimer also invented a precursor to the modern air conditioner known as an apparatus for cooling and disinfecting, locking umbrellas, improved train bathroom design, a lamp fixture, and a device called book supporter. 12. Jan Ernst Matzeliger. Jan Ernst Matzeliger spent a considerable amount of time creating numerous prototype designs until he succeeded in building his first shoe-lasting machine. This machine was designed to make the leather uppers fit flawlessly with the mold, ultimately revolutionizing the shoemaking industry. With his invention, shoemaking efficiency drastically improved, increasing production output from 50 pairs a day by hand to anywhere between 150 and 700 pairs daily. Introducing easier manufacturing processes and larger production quantities led to a 50% reduction in shoe prices nationwide. Additionally, Matzeliger is credited with inventing the nailing machine. 13. George Washington Murray. George Washington Murray's inventions were all born from his experience as a farmer and his determination to make labor less arduous. Having been born into slavery, Murray grew up on a Rember cotton plantation until the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. His first 3 patents, a furrow opener, a marker, and a stalk knocker cultivator, were granted in April 1984. 2 months later, the U.S. Patent Office awarded him 4 more patents, including for cotton chopper and fertilizer distributor devices. Murray was also distantly related to Jim Clyburn, a U.S. House of Representatives member from South Carolina. 14. John Parker. John Parker was a conductor in the Underground Railroad network and an American abolitionist who dedicated his life to freeing over 1,000 enslaved individuals. In addition to his heroic efforts, Parker was also a successful businessman and inventor. He is credited with the early designs of the tobacco press and harrow, for which he received patents in 1884 and 1885. Moreover, Parker established the Phoenix Foundry in 1890, the largest between Cincinnati and Portsmouth. Parker's contributions to society were not limited to his activism. He also became one of only 55 Americans to be awarded multiple U.S. patents by 1900. 15. Norbert Rillieux. Norbert Rillieux's father was the owner of a vast sugar plantation. After studying in Paris, Rillieux returned to the United States and began inventing sugar production devices, focusing on the evaporating process. His first patented invention was a vacuum evaporator for the refining process, which produced whiter and more refined sugar. Over time, this invention was widely used in other industries, including whiskey, gelatin, condensed milk, glue, and soap. 16. Samuel Scottron. Samuel Scottron, the inventor of the dual adjustable mirror on a pole commonly seen in traditional barbershops, named his invention the Scottron mirror. This mirror is positioned so clients can observe their haircut from every angle. Scottron patented this practical invention in 1868. Following his success in the barbershop industry, Scottron created several commonplace household items, including curtain rods, adjustable window cornices, a pole tip, and a supporting bracket. He spent approximately 15 years traveling between the United States and Canada to sell these products. In addition to his successful career in inventing, Scottron was also a co-founder of the Cuban Anti-Slavery Society. 17. Lewis Temple. Lewis Temple, a highly skilled blacksmith, is credited with inventing an improved harpoon that revolutionized whaling in 1845. Unlike conventional harpoons, Temple's harpoon resembled a fishhook in shape. Once the hook penetrated the whale, it would latch onto the flesh, making it exceedingly difficult for the animal to escape. This improved design, called Temple's iron, became the standard harpoon in the whaling industry throughout the 19th century. Despite his invention's success, Lewis Temple was not a whaler himself. 18. Sarah Breedlove Walker. Sarah Breedlove Walker, popularly known as Madam C.J. Walker, is arguably the most well-known African-American woman inventor. She revolutionized hair care by designing the first hot comb and inventing the idea of pomade. Before the hot comb, most African-American women straightened their hair with clothing irons, resulting in scalp and facial burns and damaged hair. Walker sold her inventions and helped transform the marketing strategy for cosmetic products. She established a large group of saleswomen known as the Walker Clubs, a system later adopted by Mary Kay. In 1908, Walker founded Lelia College in Pittsburgh to teach women how to sell cosmetic products. Her innovative marketing tactics made her the first African-American woman millionaire in the United States. Despite her wealth, Walker remained philanthropic and contributed significantly to various nonprofit groups, including the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Persons, NAACP. She even funded a scholarship to help women enroll in college-level education. 19. Granville T. Woods. Granville T. Woods was awarded the patent for the steam boiler in 1884. Leveraging the communication technology of the late 1800s, he invented an apparatus that combined the functions of the telephone and the telegraph, called telegraphony.
Yeah, right.
This groundbreaking
Right.
system allowed telegraph stations to send both voice and text messages over the same line.
Mhm.
Alexander Graham Bell's company, a white company located in Massachusetts, USA, later purchased the technology's patent. Woods also
they
invented the
hijacked
synchronous multiplex railway telegraph, a communication system that enabled railroad workers to determine the precise locations of trains on any given railway. This technology not only improved scheduling, but also helped prevent railway accidents. Throughout his life, Woods received over 50 patents in various industries. Between 1900 and 1907, he was granted 20 patents for electronic devices that controlled trains. His numerous inventions earned him the nickname, the Black Edison. 20. Elijah McCoy. Elijah McCoy never had to endure life in slavery thanks to the Underground Railroad, which helped his parents escape to Canada after being enslaved. At 15, McCoy enrolled in a boarding school in Edinburgh, Scotland, to study mechanical engineering. Despite his education, McCoy encountered difficulty finding respectable work in the United States, mainly due to racial discrimination. He eventually secured a position as a fireman for a railroad company, where he was responsible for oiling the moving parts of the trains. The need for greater efficiency inspired McCoy to invent an automatic lubrication mechanism that reduced the need for labor and kept the train running smoothly. Some attribute the phrase, "the real McCoy," to the success and efficiency of this mechanism, making it an expression of superior performance and quality. 21. William Henry Barnes. William Henry Barnes, an ENT doctor at the Frederick Douglass Hospital in Philadelphia, was not only a pioneer in the field of medical device design and development, but he also credited with inventing the hypophiscope. Incorporating his expertise in medical device design and development, this innovative medical instrument was specifically designed to reach the pituitary gland on the brain's underside. This gland secretes hormones into the bloodstream, and Barnes's invention made it easier for doctors to access it. Although reaching the gland without any specialized medical device was possible, Barnes's instrument greatly facilitated the procedure. In addition to inventing the hypophiscope, Barnes improved upon a method to remove tonsils without bleeding, refining the process for greater efficiency. 22. Leonidas Berry. In 1953, the Eater Instrument Company manufactured the Eater-Palmer biopsy gastroscope. 2 years later, Leonidas Berry invented an attachment for the device that allows doctors to collect tissue from a patient's stomach without resorting to surgical procedures. The modified device, the Eater-Berry biopsy attachment, represented a significant advancement in medical technology. In 1960, after conducting extensive studies of the stomachs of alcoholics, Dr. Berry made a groundbreaking discovery. Excessive alcohol consumption caused more damage to the liver than to the stomach. This discovery revolutionized the treatment of alcoholism, shifting the focus to the liver as the primary organ affected by alcohol abuse. Berry's discovery marked a significant milestone in the medical community's understanding of the harmful effects of alcohol on the body. 23. Billy Blanc's. Taibo is a total body fitness program that combines several disciplines, including martial arts and aerobics. The name is a portmanteau of Taekwondo and boxing. Developed in 1976 by Taekwondo practitioner Billy Banks, the program only gained widespread popularity in the United States during the 1990s. 1 hour of Taibo routine is believed to burn up to 800 calories, twice as many as a conventional aerobic session. This intensive calorie-burning program has made it a popular choice among fitness enthusiasts looking to achieve rapid weight loss and muscle toning. 24. Bessie Blount Griffin. After World War II, many soldiers returned home with permanent injuries. At the Veterans Hospital in Chicago, physical therapist Bessie Blount Griffin treated amputees and patients who had lost the use of their limbs. Determined to improve their quality of life, Griffin invented the portable receptacle support, a device that enabled patients to eat without assistance. The device consisted of a tube attached to a bowl and connected to a brace around the patient's neck. Though it may seem crude, the invention provided greater independence to those who needed it most. Griffin, born in Chesapeake, Virginia, was the first African-American woman to work at Scotland Yard in London, England. Her innovative spirit and dedication to helping others continue to inspire new generations of inventors and medical professionals alike. 25. Otis Boykin. Otis Boykin was a brilliant inventor who made significant contributions across various fields. Throughout his life, he patented 26 devices, including the electronic resistors used in guided missiles, pacemakers, and IBM computers. Boykin's electronic resistors were widely adopted due to their durability, which made them resistant to temperature changes, extreme acceleration, and shocks. In addition to these inventions, he held patents for an electronic air filter and a locking mechanism for cash registers. Boykin's numerous innovations continue to shape and advance fields ranging from aerospace to healthcare and technology. 26. George Carruthers. In 1969, George Carruthers invented the far ultraviolet camera and spectrograph that accompanied the Apollo 16 mission to the moon. The camera, plated in gold, could capture high-quality images of Earth from the moon's surface. The device provided stunning photographs and helped scientists discover the presence of hydrogen in space and understand the mechanisms of air pollution. Carruthers' invention has since led to new theories about the birth of stars and has influenced global efforts to control air pollution. The far ultraviolet camera and spectrograph remain remarkable in space exploration and scientific innovation. 27. Michael Crosland. Michael Crosland's invention, the MedTech 410, revolutionized blood monitoring with its computerized technology. Before its development, medical professionals had to rely on their instincts and the patient's vital signs for diagnosis. The MedTech 410 eliminated the guesswork, providing doctors with accurate and reliable data for making informed treatment decisions. Crosland also developed a similar device, the MedTech 420, which automatically adjusts for surrounding noise and air pressure while monitoring a patient's pulse. Together, these inventions have improved the accuracy and efficacy of medical treatments, demonstrating the power of technological innovation in medicine. 28. Meredith Charles Gourdine. Meredith Charles Gourdine was a pioneering inventor who applied the principles of electrogas dynamics, EGD, to create groundbreaking devices. Among his most notable innovations were the Electrodyne spray gun, which simplified painting on challenging surfaces like metal frames, and the Incinerade, which reduced air pollution from incinerators. Gourdine was the first to apply electrogas dynamics to practical inventions, and his contributions extend beyond these devices. He also invented an electric car battery, a method for repairing potholes using old car tires, a system for extracting oil from shale rock, and a way to remove fog from airport runways. Throughout his career, Gourdine earned 25 patents between 1969 and 1996. His innovative spirit and commitment to improving the world around him continue to inspire inventors and scientists in today's world. 29. Walter Lincoln Hawkins. Walter Lincoln Hawkins, born in 1911 in Washington, D.C., was the grandson of a slave. He attended Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute after high school and was one of only 2 African-American students. Hawkins earned his doctorate from McGill University in 1938, becoming the first Black person to hold a technical staff position at Bell Laboratories. While at Bell Labs, Hawkins developed his most famous invention, a weather-resistant polymer coating for telephone wires. This plastic sheath could withstand extreme temperature changes and last for decades, replacing the lead materials previously used to protect telephone cables. Hawkins' invention revolutionized the telecommunications industry and significantly impacted everyday life. In 1976, Hawkins retired from Bell Labs and was appointed research director by the Plastics Institute of America. His groundbreaking work as a scientist and inventor opened doors for future generations of Black scientists and helped shape the world we live in today. 30. Elmer Samuel Imes. George Carruthers invented the far ultraviolet light camera and spectrograph, which captured high-quality images of Earth from the moon. In contrast, Elmer Samuel Imes was an astrophysicist who improved spectrometers to measure the amount of infrared in the atmosphere. His invention was subsequently used in various applications, including chemical lasers and rocket engines. Iames's work helped pave the way for significant advancements in atmospheric and environmental monitoring and space exploration. 31. Lonnie Johnson. Lonnie Johnson's passion for scientific experimentation began during childhood, when he would conduct experiments in his kitchen, building robots and making batches of rocket fuel. After working at NASA from 1979 to 1991, Johnson founded the Johnson Research and Development Company, Incorporated, creating 3 other development companies in Atlanta, Georgia. While Johnson's work at NASA focused on high-tech research programs, such as a nuclear power source for the Galileo mission to Jupiter and a stealth bomber, his passion for inventing toys and everyday tools never faded. With around 80 patents to his name, Johnson has created a wide range of inventions, including compressed air guns, digital distance measuring instruments, an automatic sprinkler controller, and even a wet diaper detector. However, his most famous invention remains the Super Soaker, a pressurized water gun that revolutionized the toy industry. 32. Frederick McKinley Jones. Returning to Halleck, Minnesota after World War I, Frederick McKinley Jones found work as a movie projectionist and a mechanic. Jones's natural gift for machines and mechanics led him to invent the first sound synchronization device for motion pictures. His innovation made it possible for films to incorporate synchronized soundtracks, and it quickly revolutionized the movie industry. While sound synchronization was a great invention, Jones held no patent for it. His first patent was for a ticket dispensing machine. Jones held more than 60 other patents, but his most famous and significant invention was the refrigerated truck, or, more specifically, the roof-mounted cooling system used on trucks. He was awarded the patent for it in 1940. During World War II, his invention played an important role in preserving food, supplies, and blood for the wounded. Jones's other inventions include a control device for internal combustion engines, a temperature control system, and a rotary compressor. 33. Marjorie Stewart Joyner. Marjorie Stewart Joyner was an African-American businesswoman and community leader who significantly contributed to the beauty industry. She was the supervisor of more than 200 beauty schools under Madame C.J. Walker's network, and her clients included prominent figures such as Ethel Waters, Marian Anderson, and Billie Holiday. Joyner held the patent for a permanent hair-waving machine, revolutionizing the hair care industry. The machine used a combination of chemicals and heat to curl hair, replacing the traditional curling iron and reducing the time and effort required to achieve long-lasting curls. Joyner was also an advocate for civil rights and an active member of the National Council of Negro Women. 34. Percy Levon. Julian. Percy Levon Julian was a renowned chemist who made many significant inventions. One of his creations was a soy protein coating paper that was a cheaper alternative to milk protein. This paper was used in a product called aerofoam, which was used to smother fires from burning gasoline and oil. During World War II, the U.S. Navy also used aerofoam. Although aerofoam had slow knockdown characteristics, it was safe to use as long as it was applied above the burning liquid. Julian's most famous inventions were synthetic hormones, including physostigmine and cortisone, also derived from soybean plants. Physostigmine is still used to treat glaucoma, while cortisone is used for rheumatoid arthritis. In addition to his scientific achievements, Julian was a prominent civil rights activist and raised money for the NAACP's legal and education divisions. 35. John King. A sonic transducer uses sound waves to determine an object's speed, distance, and other units of measurement. John King invented an early warning sonic transducer in 1972, which could detect potential problems with aircraft engines before takeoff. A professional in the aerospace and safety industries, he also invented an alarm system in 1999. It was not just any other alarm system for home uses, but a NASA-approved one. 36. Garrett Morgan. Garrett Morgan invented the first hair straightening cream, albeit by accident. However, his other two inventions, the traffic signal and gas mask, resulted from deliberate research and development. His gas mask, known as the Morgan helmet, was identified in the patent application as a breathing device and was adopted by firefighters to help them put out fires without inhaling poisonous air. Morgan was awarded the patent in 1912, and soldiers used the gas mask during World War I. With the money earned from his inventions, Morgan could buy a car. While driving near an intersection in Cleveland, Ohio, he witnessed a terrible accident, which inspired him to invent a yield component as an addition to the existing traffic signal. The signal was intended to warn drivers about an upcoming stop. The yield component became one of the world's first three-light systems, and Morgan was awarded the patent for it in 1924. Morgan's other inventions include the round belt fastener, hat fastener, and friction drive clutch. 37. James Parsons Jr. James Parsons held several patents related to metal fabrication methods. Born May 30th, 1900, metallurgist James A. Parsons Jr. invented Duramet 20, also known as Alloy 20, stainless steel alloy. Developed in the 1930s, this corrosion-resistant alloy is used today in a wide range of industrial processes. In 1929, Parsons received the first of 8 patents involving the development and application of non-corrosive metals, and then began developing the steel formulation known as Duramet 20. Duramet 20 is classified as a high-alloy austenitic stainless steel containing nickel and chromium, with lesser percentages of molybdenum, copper, silicon, manganese, carbon, and other elements. Its composition is balanced to provide increased sulfuric acid resistance over conventional 18-8 stainless steels, while maintaining equal or superior resistance to many other important corrosives. In 1935, DeGruy produced the first commercial castings from Duramet 20. This alloy became the basis for a family of stainless steel alloys used extensively in all industries involving the handling of corrosives. In 1948, DeGruy licensed Parsons' Duramet 20 patents to Carpenter Steel, which introduced Carpenter 20 stainless steel, also called Alloy 20. In 1997, DeGruy, then known as Durco International, merged with BWIP to form Flowserve Corp. Flowserve manufactures and sells Duramet 20, which remains widely used today in a range of industries, including the production of detergents, soaps, fertilizers, plastics, synthetic rubber, and fibers. Under various trade names, Duramet 20 is extensively used in the petrochemical and refinery, marine, nuclear, aerospace, automotive, pharmaceutical, textile, and chemical and food processing industries. End-use applications include pumps, valves, sheets, plates, bars, flanges, fasteners, fittings, agitators, storage and mixing tanks, metal yarns, and the crankshaft. To this day, Duramet 20 continues to impact our everyday lives, including when we fly, drive, use energy sources, take drug therapies, protect our food supply, and clean our environment. 38. Edwin Roberts Russell. During World War II, Edwin Roberts Russell was one of the chemists working on the Manhattan Project at the Metallurgical Laboratory of the University of Chicago, a secret government-funded research to develop the atomic bomb. The project eventually led to the development of 2 types of atomic bombs, known to history as the Little Boy and Fat Man, used in the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Russell held 11 patents for nuclear energy, including a method for separating plutonium from uranium and ion exchange absorption for plutonium separation. His works contributed significantly to the advancement of nuclear technology. 39. Earl Shaw. Earl D. Shaw is the father of computer scientist Alan C. Shaw. He spent his early years in rural Mississippi, living on Hobson Plantation, where he attended a 3-room school. His teachers did not have college degrees, but he considers his primary education to have been excellent. At the age of 12, he and his mother moved to Chicago, Illinois. Earl Shaw attended Crane Technical High School, where he was first introduced to physics. Although the school did not provide a good general education or general guidance program, it did inspire Shaw to pursue a career in physics. After earning his PhD, Dr. Shaw worked 19 years as a research scientist for Bell Laboratories in Murray Hill, New Jersey, where he was the co-inventor of the spin-flip Raman tunable laser. This device is used to adjust the strength of a laser beam, which is particularly helpful when performing delicate precision-required operations. Earl Shaw later joined Rutgers in 1991 and moved to the Newark campus a new laser technology, the far-infrared free electron, that he developed at Bell Labs. The laser, which is to be operational in 1999, generates short tunable far-infrared light pulses that will permit the analog or pulsed magnetic resonance techniques for the first time in the optical wavelength regime. 40. Dox Thrash. Working as a printmaker during the Great Depression, Dox Thrash invented a new technique for etching copper in 1937. His discovery, known as the carborundum process, became a standard practice among printers and printmakers. This process involves using silicon carbide grit, which is sprinkled onto the plate before it is printed, creating a texture and tone that mimics the look of charcoal or pencil drawings. Thrash wanted to name the process Opheliograph, after his mother, Ophelia. 41. Moses Fleetwood. Moses Fleetwood Walker is best known for being one of the first black people to play Major League Baseball, joining the Toledo Blue Stockings in 1884. Walker is a remarkable black man for his time, not only for playing professional baseball, but for receiving a higher education and earning 4 patents for inventions in artillery shells and improved film reels. In spite of his turbulent post-baseball life, Walker utilized his education and creativity to work on various inventions. In 1891, Walker designed and patented an outer casing for an artillery shell that used gunpowder instead of compressed air. His artillery shell failed to garner much interest, but he went on to co-own a hotel with his brother, Weldy, and managed the Opera House, a local movie theater. While being surrounded by motion pictures, opera, and vaudeville, Walker invented holders for film reels that could be easily loaded by projectionists. In 1891, he was granted his first patent for a detachable shirt collar, and later, 3 other patents. 42. Sarah Boone. It's worth noting that Boone was born into slavery. In the 19th century, Sarah Boone improved the ironing board, which had been around for years, but often overlooked. On April 26, 1892, she obtained United States patent number 473,563 for her improvements to the ironing board. Boone's ironing board was designed to improve the quality of ironing the sleeves and bodies of women's garments. The ironing board was very narrow, curved, and made of wood. The shape and structure allowed it to fit a sleeve, and it was reversible, so one could iron both sides of the sleeve. Boone is regarded as the second African-American woman to attain a patent, after Judy Reed. Along with Miriam Benjamin, Ellen Eglin, and Sarah Good, Boone was a pioneering African-American woman inventor who developed new technology for the home. 43. Mary Van Britten Brown. An African-American nurse named Mary Van Britta Brown spent many nights alone at her home in Queens, New York, in the 1960s. The crime rate was high in the neighborhood, making her feel unsafe each time her husband was away. In addition, the police were largely unresponsive and could sometimes be unreliable. In 1966, out of necessity, she built a homemade security system consisting of cameras connected to a monitor. The camera could mechanically slide into several peepholes in the front door and broadcast the image to the screen. The design allowed her to survey the neighborhood from the indoor comfort of her home and avoid having unwanted guests around. Van Britten Brown continued improving the system by adding a microphone to speak to the person at the door, a button to call the police, and an unlock mechanism. She and her husband were awarded the patent for the system in 1969. Modern home security systems feature various elements based on their design. 44. Alexander Miles. In the past, riding elevators was complicated and dangerous. Passengers had to manually shut both the elevator and shaft doors before riding. Forgetting to shut the doors properly, or ignoring them, posed a real risk of falling down the shaft. When Alexander Miles's daughter was almost involved in a catastrophic accident, he decided to develop a system to make elevators safer. In 1887, he was granted a patent for an automatic opening and closing mechanism for elevator and shaft doors. Miles's design is still used in modern elevators today. 45. James E. West. The vast majority of modern microphones, including those in phones and other communication devices, are based on the technology invented by James E. West in 1960. However, he was not the only person credited with the invention, and West was working alongside Gerhard Sessler at the Bell Laboratories, tasked with creating a compact and sensitive microphone. Their invention, the foil electret microphone, was cheaper to produce than the conventional condenser variant. It was not until 1964 that they perfected the design and were awarded the patent. About 4 years later, the technology had already been adopted by manufacturers of telephones, tape recorders, hearing aids, and baby monitors. 46. Mark Dean. Among the 12 people working at IBM to develop the first PC, Mark Dean was one of them. Back then, the PC was connected to a monochrome monitor, and the computer had very limited processing power. Dean began working for IBM in the 1980s as chief engineer. In addition to helping develop the IBM PC, he was also involved in creating the first color monitor. Furthermore, he led the team that created the first gigahertz chip around 1999 to 2000. It's hard to believe that it was only about 20 years ago. Now we have supercomputers and artificial intelligence with blazing processing speeds to handle even the most complicated algorithms in split seconds. As a co-creator of the personal computer, Mark Dean holds 3 out of 9 patents for the invention. In 1995, he became the first African-American IBM Fellow. 47. Patricia Bath. Patricia Bath was an academic and ophthalmologist who invented the process of removing cataracts using a laser beam device known as the laser phaco probe. She was born in Harlem in 1942 to an immigrant father from Trinidad and a mother who was a descendant of enslaved Africans and Cherokee Native Americans. Bath achieved many impressive milestones in her career. She was the first woman appointed to the ophthalmology faculty at UCLA and the first African-American woman to serve as a surgeon staff at the UCLA Medical Center. Additionally, she was the first African-American to be a Jules Stein Eye Institute member, lead a postgraduate ophthalmology training program, and complete a residency in ophthalmology at New York University. Finally, she was the first African-American woman to hold a patent for a medical invention. 48. Benjamin Boardley. Benjamin Boardley was born into slavery around 1830 and taught himself to read and write with the help of his master's children. He showed an early talent for invention, which led his master to recommend him to the United States Naval Academy in Maryland. Boardley's first job at the academy was as an assistant in the Department of Natural and Experimental Philosophy, making him the first African-American to hold a non-menial position there. While working in the department, Boardley developed the first steam engine on a ship. Unfortunately, due to his status as an enslaved person, he could not legally apply for or be granted a patent for his invention. As a result, Boardley sold the rights to his invention and used the proceeds to purchase his freedom from slavery. 49. Henry Brown. The Black inventor, Henry Brown, is credited with developing one of the earliest prototypes of the safe deposit box in the United States in the late 19th century. Brown saw the need for a safe and convenient way to store valuable items and documents. At that time, though banks already offered a safe place to store jewelry and other material valuables, the storage was not private, and there was nothing to prevent nosy bank employees from looking through customers' personal papers. Thus, most people kept their important documents tucked away in cardboard or wooden boxes at home, unprotected from destruction and theft. Patented on November 2, 1886, and described by its inventor as a receptacle for storing and preserving papers, Brown's box was made of forged metal and could be sealed with a lock and key. In the decades that followed, safe deposit boxes became a standard offering in most banks. And then, the final on the list is Aimbade Alfred L. Kralla. ladles and spoons were never meant to be the right tools for serving ice cream. Alfred L. Krall, who had only received basic education as a child, noticed this while working at a hotel in Pittsburgh. Because of Krall, nobody has to use a regular spoon to struggle to make scoops of ice cream today. In the year 1897, Krall invented the ice cream scooper, U.S. patent number 576,395, although it was said that he never profited from it. He was a businessman who worked for his father in the carpentry trade. He later moved to Washington, D.C., where he attended Wayland Seminary, a branch of the National Theological Institute. Later on, he had moved to Pittsburgh and worked at a hotel drugstore where he noticed that ice cream servers were having a hard time inserting chunks of ice cream into a cone. He had gone on to develop a purpose-built tool for the job known today as the ice cream scoop. Krall's invention was originally called the ice cream mold and disher, and was designed to keep ice cream and other foods from sticking. His invention spread so quickly that nobody knew the creative mind behind the design. Unfortunately, Krall never profited from this idea. That brings us to the end of yet another informative video segment. Don't forget to support our work.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
So there you have it, Black family. We have basically revolutionized everything in American society.
Yeah. And keep in mind, off of research that I've done over the years, a lot of the precursors to this did come off the continent of Al-Qaeda line.
I mean, that's debatable, Shabaka, but okay. So yeah,
so basically, you know, these fucking culture vultures, the only thing that they brought about was disease, unsanitation, filth, war, hatred, death, and destruction.
So,
but they call us racist. I don't get that.
It's projection, Shabaka. That's why they do that. What were your thoughts on this, Shabaka?
Oh, well, it was very, very informative. And two major industries that I could think of right off the bat in entertainment would be movie making.
Yep.
Like Hollywood, record production,
yep,
the internet,
yep,
the what do they call those things there? The PCs, personal computers.
Yep, Mark Dean.
Yeah, you say. But you know, you get too many of these. How should I say? Confused individuals that want to go contribute their talents, our talents in a collective basis, to the oppressor.
Well, you see that in that video. Some of the people, they didn't even get the patent for their invention, and then they led to a weapon of mass destruction, like the brother that was responsible for the atomic bomb.
Who knows? That's probably where Einstein stole the idea from.
You know how they do it steal from us.
Yeah.
Did you know about the that received a patent that went to UCLA?
Okay, the sister, right, about the eye surgery, cataract removal. Yeah. Because I might have to have that surgery in a few years.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
I was born with cataracts, so.
Oh, man. All right, get you some glasses, because I can't even drive without glasses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's more of a age factor. But you see, but if you look at it, as you say, the Caucasoid, the only thing that son of a bitch brought to the planet, man, was destruction and filth. And then anybody out there, feel free, to, hit us with your insults, you know what I mean? And what have you. Mm-hmm.
Right. So this was very informative. A lot of this I already knew, thanks to the Hidden Colors series. The Hidden Colors went into detail about a lot of things that we invented as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a couple of people on there I didn't recognize or I had never heard of that had invented stuff. But for the most part, I recognized a lot of those inventions and the people that.
Oh yeah, I recognize a lot of them too. Particularly, when you had the mass migration out of the South going into Milwaukee, Cleveland, Chicago. Then as everybody started heading out west, stop was Denver, a mile high income city.
Yep.
And too bad, we didn't have any information available on William Leitersdorf. We'll probably do that, in the future.
He wasn't
California's on? No, William Leitersdorf wasn't on there, no. And then, too, the tragedy that happened with him, where he lost all his property up there in Folsom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're talking about
really sad, brother.
You're talking about the first architect or the first banker in LA?
No, I'm talking about California's first black banker, William Leitersdorf. He started in San Francisco, and they only got a street named after him that's only like about a half a block long.
Yeah.
And then, hold on.
Okay. The door.
And then also too, with the brother who invented the smelter, that also too, I'm quite sure, had went off into a lot of production of gold during the gold rush.
We actually get the patent for it though.
Yeah, see, and then with our sisters and brothers who was enslaved, the intellectual property automatically belonged to the slave master. See.
You've seen a lot of that. There was a lot of patents weren't offered because we were enslaved.
Right. You see? So the American social order is what it is. It's like Malcolm X said in his autobiography. Like West Indian Archie could have been a mathematical genius, but he had a memory for playing those numbers. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
What have you. And that's why I really wish we could get next to Dr. Ashwar Kwesi,
Patent for that. Because that became the numbers game became the lotto.
Yeah, exactly. Or the lottery or Keno that you have here in Nevada. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if it wasn't for us, the goddamn United States economy wouldn't be what it is. And then you got this orange bastard, up here trashing the economy. I mean, it's incredible of what this son of a bitch did, man, in less than 2 months since he's took over.
Yeah.
You say, and he's just letting the stock market crash.
Just
letting it crash.
He's just golfing away. Like, ain't no
and he's down there playing golf, and then he's got Musk and Little Stink, he's got Stinky Bird and Little Stink pretty much doing what they want to do.
Well, they're not attached to the hip no more. Musk they're not attached to the hip no more. Musk about to get the boot.
Well, I sincerely hope so, and break the motherfucker while they do it.
Because they lost a lot of money, like I covered yesterday, in that Wisconsin race.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Court.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move us along because we got a lot of topics tonight, this morning.
All right.
But yeah, be proud, Black family. We what is it called? Not what is the word I'm thinking of? Innovated American society. So everything that made life easier, you can attribute that to us. So moving along, we got Dr. Joy DeGruy, who I've mentioned numerous times.
Okay, is she winding down on her study yet?
That part I don't know, Shabaka, but this is about the post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah, the Yasabal syndrome. The Tim Scotts, the Cory Bookers, what have you. Okay.
Well, that's Stockholm. That's
Stockholm. Uncle Tom Bradley.
This is more in-depth than Stockholm syndrome. This is like basically epigenetics, like it's been passed down through your genes. So
right.
Dr. Joy DeGruy on post-traumatic slave syndrome, the truth they never taught us.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome came to me at 2 a.m. one morning. That's how it came. I woke up, it woke me up, and the words were there. I wrote them down and hadn't a clue as to what they meant. Had no idea what they meant. But I knew that it was important and I knew it was real, and that's where my journey began.
That's one of the reasons, Max 285.
If you're familiar with Dr. Nichols, you know that the axiology for the African and the Latino is man or member to man. The highest value lies in the relationship between people. The highest value lies in the relationship between people. It is the highest standard of reality for this particular group. And thus the notion of slavery had a profound impact upon this group. Because what slavery did was categorically, completely destroy relationships. That's what its intent was. That was the purpose of it. So we understand that of any group, you have the man object, highest value lies in the object.
You need to get
you
your
have the
boy
man
El
group,
Yada
highest
look
value
at
lies in
this.
the group. To destroy the relationship, which is central to your survival, was the worst possible atrocity to happen to these folks. Okay, so that became clear just from a very logical vantage point. But what we never understood is how systematic and what it was that was the result of that. One of the things we can say about African-American people, that this work is happening, it's unearthing itself. You guys have a cemetery and the folks are unearthing and saying, we will be heard. It's something that has to be said.
Like
but what was done? What do we have right now in 1998? Well, the first thing we have to do is to begin to understand the perspective, how we actually got here, who said that this thing was okay to do, and why was it okay to do? And the first thing we have to understand is that in order for one group of people to oppress on the level that they oppress African American and then go to church. Because see, you were able to do all that and you had to go to church. Right? For a certain man that beat people and raped them and had his way with the women would go to church. And the only way you could do that is to make people understand that they weren't like me. This is someone that is not human, that's less than me. So I started doing a great deal of research into slave culture, into the whole notion of how that happened. Now, this book is called Southern Slavery and the Law. I want you to see how thick it is. How thick that book is? That's how many laws were created.
I'm never going to the goddamn South again.
That system, because it is an insane system, you see. We have to understand it. So we got to figure out, how can we make this so? How can we justify it? And early on, this is what was said. This was the scientific understanding of who these people were. This inquiry into the physical, mental, and moral development of the Negro race seems to point them clearly and peculiarly fitted for a laborious class. Their physical frame is capable of great and long continued exertion. Their mental capacity renders them incapable of successful self-development and yet adapts them for the direction of a wiser race. Their moral character renders them happy, peaceful, contented, and cheerful in a status that would break the spirit and destroy the energies of a Caucasian.
Give us a chance.
So I have to make myself believe that these folks are, you know, they're fitted for this, first of all. There's a thing that says that a Negro is prima facie by nature a slave. There's a statement that says that he must be by nature, if black, then slave. Because I have to make you less than me. So now let's try to understand how we begin to deal with the notion of this slavery. I'm going to give you some ideas about how complicated this process began, how it became a very difficult system to maintain. First of all, let's ask this question. Can a slave sell itself into slavery?
No.
Now you got to ask yourself, why would a slave want to sell himself back into slavery? Well,
Cause
there's a lot of reasons why you might. Say, for example, when you was freed from slavery, you were 9 years old. Your mom and daddy were killed. You're an orphan, but you're free. No, you're gonna sell yourself back into slavery because you can't exist without it, right? So that had to go to court. Can a slave sell himself? Well, then we have to ask the question, does a man have a right into himself?
Keep from crying.
Right.
Well, yes, a man does, but is a slave a man? Well, no, then they can't do that. Okay. Then you have to ask the question, it's all in the book. Can a slave that's free buy a slave? So then you have to ask yourself, why would a slave want to buy a man that's free? Because I want to buy my family back.
Right.
Okay?
Exactly.
I'm gonna buy all my
See, that's what I was trying to tell you.
Now that I'm free. But they said, now wait a minute, if a black person is prima facie naturally a slave, just you're naturally a slave, how can you then presume that you can own a slave? No, I'm sorry, you can't do that. I mean, it was incredible how much went into this whole notion, because we have to figure out what are we going to do with these people. Her. So then came the question.
Yeah, we need to reach out to Dr. DeGruy.
How did they get us to do it? Was it systematic? This was written in How to Make a Slave. Let's Make a Slave. This was, a matter of fact, Farrakhan read some of this. This was from his speech. The breaking process of the African woman. It was written in, like you put together the the kind of study guide to make a slave. This is a study guide. Then take the female, run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. Test her in every way, because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting entirely and completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract that last bit of bitch out of her.
Right.
But take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. When in complete submission, she will train her offspring in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age.
Right. Facts.
It was systematic. And let's talk about that, because I'm a mother. Now, if I'm a good mother, I'm going to prepare my children for whatever it is they have to endure, right? Like you prepare your children and get them ready for school and education. You get them ready for work, the world of work. You get them ready for their manhood, rites of passage, all those things. Then if my daughter, and I'm in a slave situation, I need to prepare her to be raped, don't I?
Exactly.
I got to prepare my daughter who's 11 years old, because surely she will be raped. And I got to tell her, baby, this is how you got to do it. Don't scream. Don't fight back when he does this, when he does that, because I'm a good mother, aren't I? Because I'm going to prepare my daughter. I'm not going to let her walk into that blind. I'm going to prepare her. But what am I preparing her for? I'm preparing my daughter for pathology. I'm preparing her for a sick thing. But I'm a good mother, and I got to do that. And now we have to understand the nature of what that does to someone. What does that do to the mother? What does that do to the father who has been forever made an adolescent? Because you see, you're never going to be a man because you're always going to belong to the master. So you
and that's
never
why they
ever,
call them
and then
boy.
thus you have the notion of boy.
To get to that.
Because you really have no adult role. No one ever understood that as it related to that relationship of family. I lost my role because I became eternally a boy.
Man, you must be crazy.
So
What's
one of the
better
things that
than
we
what
began to
got
look at
right
is
here?
no one has ever measured that, you see. No one's ever measured that level of those stressors. So that's where my interest began. I started to look at that, and then you go to see Amistad, and then white people who never knew. When I came out the show, I saw Amistad in 3 different states, and I brought people, and I just really went for the purposes of observing the audience. I wanted to see the response to the movie. Every single time, I was in Florida once, I was in Portland, I was all over the place, saw Amistad, just to see what people's response was. And it was very similar to that of Schindler's List. People were just silent. Nobody said a word. Movie was over, credits are rolling. White people were sobbing in their seats, So I go to the ladies' room. I'm in the ladies' room. Everybody, in line. Nobody said a word. White people are very comfortable. My goodness, I didn't know. How come we didn't know anything about that? I had no idea that happened. I just, it's amazing,
And
why?
me personally, I avoid conversations with white folks about
I can't help myself.
Because you know me, Brother Jay, what the fuck was gonna happen.
I said, well, if you understand why you didn't know, because see, if that had been a white man, like they said in the movie, he would be so heavily robed with jewels and, he'd have a day, of recognition. I said he would be a hero, but it was a black man, you see. That's why it was so. And she says, but, well, in the final analysis, it was amazing. In the final, they did at least, And so everybody in the bathroom turned around and looked at it. Right? It's like, don't you even go there. Don't you even try, And then she sees the woman sees a friend of hers in her line, and she goes, gosh, did you know anything about this kind of thing? Dorothy, whatever your name is. And the woman goes, my son's name is St. And she just looked at it. Did I know my son's name is St. I said to her, you don't know for the same reason all of America doesn't know. This is something we don't want to believe.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Dr. Joy? DeGruy.
Sir, do you really want to know who my thoughts are, Mac 280? Here's my thoughts, okay? Because you already know, yes, the birth of the Yasa bosses, okay, is because when they always would call the black man boy. And then when he became an old bastard like me, they start calling him Uncle, Uncle Remus, Uncle Tom, and what have you. They say, zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. I got plenty of nothing and nothing's plenty for me. So already you are killing the ambition inside of a man to produce for himself, for his wife, for his children. This is why Dr. Watkins is correct about producing generational wealth. You see what I mean? Okay. So then one of the worst things, in my opinion, to happen, is biracial children off of the plantation system. Say, because they're getting it from both sides of the fence. And I believe, what's the woman's name that's paying the white boy alimony? Shit. The broad is out here. Halle Berry. Yeah, Halle Berry. She made a movie early in her career called Queen, okay? And basically look at the movie called The Imitation of Life on the plantation system. And as you heard me say before, Brother Che, about another film called Band of Angels with Yvonne DiCarlo, okay?
Did you ever finish full time, Shabaka?
No, man, I'm going to do that this week. Yeah, because I'm going to sit down and isolate myself, man, to finish it, man. Is because, like I said, the bed winching scene is where I had to turn it off, man, because I was about to bust up my own computer, and I can't do that because it was a gift to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a fool like me, okay, I have to prepare myself of what I'm dealing with, because you've been with me, Brother Che, on the air, and you heard me go off on these fools. You see what I'm saying? But now my stress level is going up, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. And I don't want to be found, laid out somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Deader than a doornail. But however, we all have that appointment that we're going to keep, and we just don't know when the appointment is, but we will make the appointment. So I commend Dr. DeGruy on what she's doing, and I see here in our itinerary that you have Dr. Marimba who will be discussing as well too, and familiarizing myself with her material is why I stand on the square that I stand on. Okay, so we must commend these women, Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, Dr. DeGruy here, Dr. Marimba, the one and only Dr. John Henry Clark, and so many.
Dr. Amos, Dr. Cheryce.
Yeah, Dr. Amos will. I mean, Brother Che, the list goes on and on. Mr. Lerone Bennett, John H. Johnson. You see what I mean? Because as I stated before, Johnson Publications with the Ebony and with the Jet, you remember when me and Bianca got into the little debate about looking at all the songs that were listed in the Jet, but I used to like to look at the beauty of the week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, off in the Jet magazine. Hell, I think, man, when I was in my teenage years, that would be the first damn thing I look at is the damn beauty of the week shit, you know? But anyway, so when we look at women, and I believe a good friend of mine had told me that here in the American social order, the white male is the symbol of power. The symbol of beauty was the Barbie doll, 6 o'clock Barbie doll bimbos. Okay. The symbol of strength was the black woman. And I believe that the symbol of buffoonery, idiocy was the black male, because they used to have this, well, they call them memes on social media, but they used to have these posters that a brother had told me about in the 70s, that you would see a big black strong brother built like a heavyweight contender, but he would have no head, saying as that he's good for strength, but he had no mind. You see what I'm saying? And then the information that you saw of all the black scientists, engineers, and what have you that we had, you see. But the sad part is, you know, particularly during the slavery times, we should have been using that material to upgrade the quality of our lives ourselves, as opposed to going to want to be accepted by these dumpsters. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, you know, you had dumpsters way back then, you see. And Donald Duck is just a manifestation of how white America truly feels about us. And you heard me state before, okay, never apologize for how you honestly feel. So white America is stating how it honestly feels, but you still got the Cory Bookers, the Uncle Tim Scotts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all of this is what Dr. Marimba described as the Maafa. And Dr. Ani did submerge herself in rural African culture for about 15 years. That's Dr. Marimba Ani right there.
I know, Shabaka. You jumping the gun. I'm about to play the clip.
And then, of course, we do know that she was a student of the one and only Dr. John Henry Clark. All right, let us continue.
Okay? Think about all of that in the context of the third term of this paradigm. And the third term is the Maafa, M-A-A-F-F. And let me just get some clarity here. That's a Kiswahili term. And I was looking, I said, I want something that we can use to claim this period of history that we interpreted. We say what it meant. Now, I didn't want it referring to anybody else's whatever suffering. I wanted it to be ours. And so I had friends around me who spoke Kiswahili, so I said, look, give me a term for disaster. And that's how it came to be. And that was in 1979. And then it just took off. And we had it connected to our spirit, but we use that. That's not about the people who actually created the language of Kiswahili, right? That comes out of a diasporic consciousness of the need to organize on Pan-African levels. Okay? Okay, so Maafa. Maafa shatters our reality.
That's right.
It takes away our collective consciousness.
Facts.
Maafa, the great disaster. It teaches that the best thing to be is an individual and non-African at that. The Maafa disconnects us from each other. It disconnects us from our traditions, and it's our traditions that gave us strength. The Maafa can be understood as cultural genocide. Now remember what I just said about the importance of culture. Okay?
That's what I've been saying all along, Matt 285.
Cultural terms.
This is where I got that knowledge from. This system.
Cultural identity, which in turn acted to prevent collective organization in our own interest. So we have great difficulty doing it. The Maafa is a consistent, systematic, ongoing attempt to separate people of African descent from our cultural foundation and to effectively erase our cultural memory. So that the Maafa is it's a relentless psychic attack and cultural assault against people of African descent. It disrupts culture. The Maafa causes disorganization. We wonder why we can't organize. It causes that. It does it intentionally. It causes fragmentation. And it causes chaos in the existence of Africans in America, the Americas, the Caribbean, and on the continent. I haven't even gone into what we have seen happening on the continent of Africa. You see the Maafa on the continent of Africa in ways that at least we recognize it here. There it isn't even recognized as Maafa, but it is straight up Maafa. So we got a lot of work to do. This work is extremely important. Now, the Maafa can be understood as a force, as a destructive process. The counter force to the Maafa is the resistant, proactive, maroon energy of which Asa Hilliard talks about, writes about. Maroon energy. The spirit of African resistance is always consistently and intimately linked to the affirmation of African cultural identity and retention. You could do a study of that. In fact, Haile Gerima is now doing intensive, the research is really blowing my mind. That's going to be his next film. It's on Maronage, and not just talking about Jamaica and the mountains. What he's doing is going to blow people's minds here. And it's what we need, what our people need. Okay. The destructiveness of the Maafa is unprecedented and must be carefully understood. And I think I'm not going to keep on doing that, but I am arguing that it is the most destructive act that has ever been perpetrated by one group of people against another. And this claim can be supported. It can be supported quantitatively by the numbers of people who were transported, the numbers who died, the numbers who were killed, the numbers who were enslaved, and the suddenness and intensity of the disruption. Think about that. How would people survive that? Dislocation, distance represented by the physical circumstances of the trade in human lives. The system was also racially determined as defined by genetic, biological, relationship, and culture. Okay? African people were deprived of all the accoutrements and factors of the culture with which they were familiar, such as language, belief systems, sanctioning mechanisms, and rituals, and so forth. And we could go on and on. Okay? It is obviously the most severe crime suffered by any group of people ever. We got to keep that in mind. This crime lasted not for a year or two.
That's what I've been saying all along, Mac 285.
50 or 100 years.
This is the source of my information.
Rather,
right
it
here.
represented a prolonged period of psychic torture, which lasted for over 3 centuries as a legally sanctioned practice.
Right.
And which continues in present times as an institutionalized and systematic assault against the descendants of the imprisoned and enslaved Africans. That's my
exactly.
Okay. Causing separations and disorientation between us, among us, fear, anxiety, loss, insecurity. This caused deep cultural and psychic trauma from which we have never recovered. Okay?
Exactly.
Now,
so where's old Uncle Sambo on this one? Where you at, Samuel Jackson, you Uncle Sambo ass scratching nigga? Where you at on this?
A legacy of the Maafa is our lack of organization, our lack of vision, particularly. People who are in a state of depression cannot have vision.
Exactly. I stay depressed 90% of my fucking life.
Affects that. Okay? Wholeness affects that. You have to be whole in order to have vision and to see yourself as powerful. The legacy of the Maafa is the failure to identify as Africans.
Meaning we have a failure to communicate.
Disconnected. We lose historical consciousness. Remember Dr. Clark, that's why he talked about that so much, the importance of an historical consciousness and what history means to us. And he did it relentlessly. And we, so many of us, and so many of us now work in the service of our people because of Dr. Clark.
That's right.
Because of what he When we lose historical consciousness, we begin to identify our colonial prisons as home. And I think that 911 raised that question in our minds.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
What ties us to this place right here?
Nothing.
Who's to say that we cannot make a home where our home should be?
Don't stay there. Don't stay there.
But our consciousness in the Maafa becomes, that is, we think as Americans, Guyanese, Jamaicans, Asians. All right? We got to think about, what does that mean? What does it do to your consciousness?
Peace, family.
All right, if you would enjoy that, What are your thoughts on Marimba, Dr. Marimba?
Marimba Ani.
Marimba Ani. What are your thoughts?
No, sir. Marimba Ani, Brother Che.
Marimba. Sorry. Marimba
Yes.
Ani.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on Dr. Marimba Ani?
Okay. My thoughts is when I first started studying her material in the mid 1990s, okay, that led to other knowledge, you see. And then when you look at the Amistad and saw the brutalization of that, okay. Now remember in the film The Amistad, what's the white boy's name? Matthew McConaughey, who was let me see, it was Matthew McConaughey and Anthony Hopkins, okay. And you remember when they were sitting down there having dinner and they had the house nigga Morgan Freeman up there with them?
Yep.
And Matthew McConaughey, he had made the statement, well, these Negroes who's been here for 2 and 3 generations already, we don't have to worry about them because we already got the chain on their brain. They say, but it's these freeborn Negroes that is the problem. And you had old house nigga Morgan Freeman up there. And yeah, Morgan Freeman, I'm talking about your ass, you know? And he's up there house niggering. You see what I mean? But then when the actor that played Sinq Desmond Hansu, I believe his name was, they were pretty much asking him what gave him the strength to do what he did. And he said that he had called upon the spirits of his ancestors. You see what I mean? Say you got what they call ancestral communion.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
And
that's what's in Dr. Ani right there. That was the spirit that was in Miriam Makeba. That was the spirit. Huh?
You also have ancestral memory as well, Shabaki.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. It's because me and a friend of mine on Facebook was debating this individual who obviously was not black. Okay. And when my friend made a statement to him that that's embedded and ingrained into our ancestral memory. See, it's going to take a couple of generations, Brother Jay, to get rid of that. I won't be here with you, but I will be there. Huh?
You keep saying that, Shabaka, but she's going to live to 120.
Oh, brother, as bad as I feel now, man, I damn sure don't want to see 60 more years of this shit, boy. It's fucked up. Well, maybe I need to start writing down notes while I still got half my memory left.
Yes. We need a Sabaka memoir.
Okay. Okay. And keep in mind, it might get banned. It might be used against you in the court of law, but deny everything and confess to nothing. I don't know any Godfather. It's all lies. Everything they said he did this, he said he did that. Yeah, sure. But it's all lies. Okay. But putting all bullshit aside, it's very, very essential that our young people, particularly in their formative years, late teens, early 20s, get this knowledge. As because I honestly believe that in their generation, when they get off into their 40s and their 50s, they would be the ones to make the actual shift. You see what I'm saying? And you know what the cold part of it is, Brother Che? It ain't a damn thing that these white supremacists do about it.
Nope.
It's not a damn thing that they could do about it. Now, be leery of the white fella who said, oh, well, I understand, well, we're all the same. Now, you saw what we did when we did the story last night of a young man that defended himself, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you see that right there. You see, that young man was attacked, used by whatever means necessary to defend himself. You see what I mean?
Free Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah. Exactly. And we're not talking about the basketball player either. Yes, right. Free that young man.
Fame too, Shabaka. Carmelo just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, but we're not talking about the NBA player. We're talking about the young man who defended himself against a suspected white supremacist and his brother.
Yes, sir.
In Frisco, Texas.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind that I'm glad Carmelo Anthony made it into the Hall of Fame. Now, that Negro who is running for office down there in Texas.
Shame on you,
Yeah, he is a classic example of the Maafa of what Dr. Ani just said right there.
Yep.
See, the chain is on his fucking brain, man. You see what I'm saying?
Well, he's on puppet strings, like you always say.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he wasn't talking.
Yeah, he's on puppet strings.
He wasn't talking like that 5 years ago. He was on Blacc first, Reparations now, and now all of a sudden he's on no reparations.
So he either got bought or he got extorted.
Mm-hmm.
So he either got extorted or he got bought. Ain't no in between.
Right.
You see what I mean? Okay. And what's going to happen is, as that you get closer to the midterm elections, which that's going to be, Brother Che, next year?
Yep, next year, 2026.
Okay. So you're going to have more anti-reparations rhetoric come from these Cory Bookers, ass snatchers like him, Karen bastards, London Bridges. You see what I'm saying? That sack of shit up there in Sacramento who got up there endorsing Gavin Newsom. Well, we'll just go with your policy, Jay. It's unfeasible and all that.
Punk ass Isaac Bryan. Fuck him.
Yeah, exactly. But without our free labor of when we was brought to these shores and to this hemisphere, as you just proven right there, Brother Che, on the presentation of the patents, okay, the motherfucking U.S. economy will not be the powerhouse that it is.
Right.
Without us.
Right.
See? And then as soon as the black man says, well, man, I appreciate that sister over there, here comes the 6 o'clock Barbie doll bimbo. Trying to get the black woman saying that she's ugly. Say, that's why I appreciate Clarissa Shields.
Yep. Shout out to
her soul's on fire.
Right.
See? And she is a symbol of strength.
Yes, she
now,
is.
sister right here who bangs the mallet on the damn table right there.
Dillard.
Yeah, Vicky Dillard with that mallet. You know what I'm saying?
The gavel.
She do.
The gavel.
Yeah, the gavel. Yeah, she do be getting on fool's helmet with that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She do be getting on these fools' helmet. You see what I mean? But the thing is, Mac 285. Now you're starting to see the light, Mac 285. Not saying that you never did before, okay, of why I stand on the square that I do because of Dr. Marimba Ani.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? 15 years she went there and submerged herself in African culture.
Yep.
15 years. That's a decade and a half.
She said they didn't even acknowledge the Maafa on the continent, Shabaka.
Say what now?
She literally said they didn't even acknowledge the Maafa on the continent.
Okay, that's due to the neo-colonialism, Brother Che. Because you got to keep in mind is that when the colonizers came there, right? That's why they got our children real young and got them in their indoctrination centers.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay. Just like that bullshit where they showed that damn priest over there in Africa where they had the motherfucker in the grave talking about he resurrected, man. The motherfucker was putting on a damn stage show, man.
Yeah. But
just like that other pastor. Yeah. Oh, gotta lock the doors. We need $40,000.
And then they told us
wearing Rolexes. See, this is why I always respect the pastor of humble means, okay?
Shout out to Pastor
where his heart is in the right place, where he is doing this, you see what I'm saying? From his heart, as opposed to from his greed. You see what I mean?
Right.
See what I'm saying? Because we are a spiritual people by nature. Why do you think, like Ali told old stupid ass David, who was that clown's name? David Frost did before he went over to Kinshasa. You see? And Ali told him, he says, wait a minute, white boy, you says that I got to go to you for everything. I can't build my own grocery stores. I can't build my own plants to produce goods and services that we need. I'm paraphrasing them. I'm not doing an exact quote. Just like in the first clip that you showed of our inventors with these knowledges. So evidently what had happened is, now this is my theory, okay, is that the gene of our ancestors that built the pyramids, that gave the world the concept of navigation and stargazing, you see, across the Sahara Desert and what happened.
From Kemet.
You see, he's going back to the traditions of the ancestors, you see, making it manifest right here. See, more reason why I don't respect Uncle Sambo Jackson.
Dr. Kaba, Dr. Booker T. Coleman, now known as Dr. Kaba, said that we are the seeds of Kemet. Meaning FBAs are the seeds of Kemet. Which is why that ingenuity, Shabaka, that didn't come from nowhere. That was already embedded in our genes.
Yeah, exactly. You see? Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And I think even Dr. Claude Anderson had mentioned that there a little bit as well, too. I know Dr. John Henry Clark did. They say this is why the oppressor, the colonizer,
Dr. Claude Anderson is why we identify as FBA, because he said we are hold on, Shabaka. Because he said we are an exceptional people. And no people have been through what we have been through in this country. So we are very exceptional. He's the one, he didn't call it FBA. He came up with new Native Black Americans.
Okay. Now, as Dr. Marimba had stated right there, we got to make the reconnection. You see, and then the knowledge that we have, right? Well, all these universities that went and stole it, and I think Ashwa Kwesi had mentioned that there as well too, over there in Kemet. You see, because Egypt is a Greek word. You see what I'm saying? And you know what the Greeks were all about. We already said that. That filthy, nasty ass, perverse bastard by the name of Alexander the Barbarian. He didn't take no women with him. He took little boys. Okay.
What's their custom, Shabbat?
Okay, well, they come from a custom of filth. They come from a custom of plagiarism. They come from a custom of jealousy, envy, hatred, like we try to tell old dumb bunny Sarge. But Sarge chose to be ignorant. Let him dwell in his ignorance. You see what I mean? But as soon as we go up there to embrace our original culture, what's in our way? Neo-colonialists. You see what I'm saying? Like the bride. I'm just going to come here to take. Just like the sister went off on that bastard in Ghana where she says, well, motherfucker, if you was over here in 1962, your black ass would be subjugated to that shit there too. With the fire hoses. With sitting at a lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee, not knowing that these people have pissed, shitted in your food, put Drano in the shit, comment.
But
you're going to sit at a lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee.
That's the big if, because they wasn't allowing African immigrants in this country in large numbers back then. It wasn't until the 1965 Immigration Act that they started allowing African and diasporic Africans into the country like that, Shabaki.
Okay, but you did have some that came here in the late 50s, as I believe, if I'm correct in the term, as exchange students. And then JFK, when he was the president, he invented the Peace Corps, okay, yep, where he was sending college graduates over there to the continent, you know, giving the people over there inoculations and stuff like that. Now, what was in those inoculations?
Diseases, viruses, and diseases.
Yes, sir. So what you have right there, sir, is a form of genocide. They want the resources there.
And warfare.
Yeah, exactly. Say, just like if you ever saw the movie with Dustin Hoffman and Cuba Gooding Jr. called Outbreak, about the little monkey.
Yeah.
Okay. And you remember at the beginning of the scene where the doctor had discovered it, and he was sending it, you know, I guess to his superiors or whatever, but that was hooked up with the U.S. And the first thing they did was they came there and they bombed the motherfucker.
Yep.
You see? Say, but the little monkey got away, and the little monkey was out monkeying around, you know, and whatnot. And then you saw what happened. You see? But yet, though, America, they always want to go to their tools. Your Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Your Uncle Ben Carson's.
Candace Owens ain't even of our lineage. She's from St. Thomas. Yes, I know what you're going to say, Shabaka. That was slave stop too. This is why we're doing,
like Cuba, like Puerto Rico, like the Dominican Republic, just like Veracruz, Mexico, just like Colombia, just like Brazil.
Yeah, and in each one of those places, Shabaka, those are ethnogenesis.
Well, basically, Brother Che, the contamination, if I understand your term, ethnogenesis, okay, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not the most brilliant motherfucker that there is now. Okay, was the beginning of the genocide. Yes, basically what they wanted was our women, but they wanted to kill off the men. You say, now, glad you brought that up.
That's not what an ethnogenesis is, though. An ethnogenesis is the birth of a new ethnicity. So each place was named, there was an ethnogenesis. Every boat stop, was the ethnogenesis. So there were already people.
Disease.
Hold on, Shabaka. Before the disease, there was already people there. But it's like Miriam Makeba said, poof, we discovered you. But there was already people there. So the people that were
that's what she said.
The people that were brought over amalgamated with the people that were already there. This is why listen closely to the first video. The sister that got the patent from UCLA, you see they put an emphasis on the fact that she has part Cherokee and Trinidadian. They put an emphasis on that.
Which means that she's still qualified for the auction block.
See,
now,
Shabaka, let me get on what we're on now. So we're delineating that just because you had a boat stop, or just because you have slavery in whatever island or whatever country, that does not mean that you have access to our reparations claim. We are delineating. That's why we said sue your own colonizer.
You're colonized. Yeah.
We're not on that. Well, because you were enslaved too, then we have some camaraderie with you. We're not on that no more, because the diaspora has made it abundantly clear that they're not including us in any of that. You got CARICOM. CARICOM don't include Black Americans, and nothing got going on. You look at these other countries that have reparations stuff going on. They don't include us in none of that. So Since it's not reciprocated, you're not being included in ours. So you can sue your.
All right, I could understand your reasoning on that. Okay, and particularly when it comes to the Devil's Punch Bowl as well, too. You see,
right? And
I can understand your.
It was our ancestors, not Africans that went through that. It was our ancestors here in this country that went through the Devil's Punch Bowl. They went over to World War I, fought on the side of the United States, and came back and got burnt alive in their uniforms.
Yeah, you talking about the Harlem Hellfighters? Okay, yeah. Okay, then also too like the Scottsboro Boys.
Yeah.
Okay. And then not to mention that there was a black college that.
Remember George Stinney, the first, the youngest.
Exactly. Yeah, executed at 14 years old. Yes, sir. Yeah. So the question is these Europeans really the devil?
Yes, and like Pops always says, if they're not the devil, they'll do until the real one appears.
Well, yeah, that sounds reasoning right there. They'll say, and then two that you got to look at is look at our sister Sada.
Yep.
Who's coming up on her 77th solar return.
78.
Wait a minute. I stand corrected. You are correct. 78. You see what I mean? Okay. And so then Sister Miriam had stated that we had passed down our traditions orally. You see what I mean?
Yep.
And you remember Gum Bunny Sarge? Well, you know, I might have forgotten all this old type of shit. And then when we tried to explain it to his ass, well, that shit that they wrote on the 4th of July of 1776 was full of a bunch of shit, too. The biggest goddamn lie they said in it was all men are created equal. Now, all men are created equal, but yet, though, you trying to exterminate the indigenous people of America, and then African or the Cubanians that you imported, you see what I'm saying, were considered 3/5 of a human being.
Well, Shabaka, remember I told you about Walker Flecker?
Okay, I've heard the name. Didn't you have me pull him up at one time, Brother Che?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, down in Virginia. He classified all the black indigenous people as black, Negro, and colored.
Okay. And then keep in mind that Jamestown, Virginia was a slave port. And they had a few, and ain't that near a place called Chesapeake Bay?
Yep.
Okay. They sold a lot of Negroes there at Annapolis, where you got the Navy Academy at. You say? They sold a lot of our people coming in off the boat stops down there in New Orleans, Louisiana. And I'll never set foot in that goddamn state again. Okay. And as our sister from Mobile had told us, that Mobile, Alabama was another port. Okay. And then I think down there in Great State of Texas, down there, Governor Bud, old Governor Rolaids, you know, Negroes was, yeah. That was big business too. Okay. And then of course, as they went further into the north, okay, where Sister Harriet Tubman was doing the Underground Railroad, you had a lot of our people that wound up in Canada as well, too, because
the Underground Railroad ran both north and south.
I understand that. But when they got to Canada,
went into Mexico.
Okay, no, but when they got to Canada, they knew that they were free, that they were totally out of the United States. That's why you got a lot of black folks up in, what is that, New Brunswick and a place called Nova Scotia, I believe.
Yes, that's where the first hockey team actually started. The first black hockey team was a whole book on it, Black on Ice.
Right. And so therefore, so I guess what the reasoning was with Sister Harriet is that she probably said, well, instead of getting them just out of the deep South, why don't we just get them out the whole goddamn United States? That way we'll know for a fact that they're free. Just like when they had that, not the $5 Indians, what's they call that bullshit? The Missouri Compromise, I believe.
The Missouri Compromise.
Something about,
yeah,
something about where they had wanted to make Kansas a slave state because Missouri was already a slave state. Because that there's where the
Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico were free territories.
Yeah, and
Oklahoma.
And okay, well, yeah, and Oklahoma. Now, keep in mind the Cherokee tried to enslave us down there.
No, the Cherokee originally was over in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. That's where they originally was at. They got moved during the Cherokees to Oklahoma.
Yeah, the Indian Removal Act of Andrew Jackson. Yeah, the Indian Removal Act. Mm-hmm.
The Cherokee,
that's Chief Joseph and the Nez Pierce.
The Muskogee Creek, the Chickasaw, and the Seminole.
Okay, the Seminoles was in Florida.
The 5 civilized tribes.
Yeah, and we need to get our sister down there in Florida to have her drop some knowledge on it because she's a scholar as well too.
Yeah,
but like I said, and like I said, when I went there to that damn state of Florida, and I'll never set foot into the goddamn South again.
I mean, I like.
I heard the. Bruh, I heard the cries. I heard the suffering. I listened to the wind, and I heard the stories of long ago, and it was all Southern. That song by Billie Holiday stayed on my mind. Southern trees bear a strange fruit.
That's where your roots are, is in Alabama.
Yeah, down in near Montgomery. Yep, down in near Montgomery. And man, and I'm just telling you, and I said this here, Brother Che, and I'm saying it for our new listeners that we got out here, is that when the speed limit says 65 down there, I gave him 63. You know, on the GPS, welcome to Louisiana, welcome to Mississippi, you know. And then when I went through Montgomery,
oh man,
at night, because I stopped in a rest area, you know, by sundown when I was smoking cigarettes, getting some rest.
Yeah.
And I'm on the GPS, and now I'm going through the streets of Montgomery. Now, keep in mind, had I would have went through Montgomery in the daytime, I was going to try to find the bus or the corner where Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat. Because you know, like I used to do the videos from Panthertown, and I say I'm on actual streets of where these brave men and women have made the ultimate sacrifice.
Yep.
And then and of course you already know the conversation that I had with the older sister, who was from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not going to repeat that because it's already been documented. Okay, now. Another place that I crossed was the Navajo Indian Reservation in Arizona.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah, they have a huge reservation out in Arizona.
Yeah. And Arizona was hot as hell. You know what I mean? And then I crossed the Colorado River where the city of LA steals all your water.
You're welcome. Better hope we get snow.
Now, man, we need your snow. It's gonna be hot out here in this damn desert. We need your snow to melt and come down this way there, across Hoover Dam. And you saw the video I made from Hoover Dam.
Yeah.
And if you got it, please preserve it. You know what I'm saying? In fact, Brother Che, any videos that I make, please try to preserve it. Okay.
Facebook,
because we lost a lot of. We lost a lot of videos.
What you're gonna have to do, Shabaka, you're gonna have to go find all those videos and download them onto your computer.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then also too, to find out that here in Las Vegas, as I've stated before, and I'm saying this here for the sake of our audience, Mac 285. And where's Jay Militant? Ain't he joining us tonight?
I told him we were live. He might have fell asleep. I know he tried to do a video, but he was having trouble.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what had happened was Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole,
yep,
Ella Fitzgerald,
yep,
Gladys Knight. No, wait a minute. Diana Ross and the Supremes, the Motown crew, right?
Yep.
Nat King Cole, you know, Natalie Cole's daddy, okay, yep, used to play with Frank Sinatra here in Las Vegas, okay? Yep. So Nat King Cole is sitting down having his dinner in the kitchen. So Frank Sinatra is saying, well, man, the show's over, the party's on. Why aren't you out here sitting out here with us? And Nat Cole's had said, well, man, you know, they got Jim Crows in here. So Frank Sinatra went there and told the owners of that place, he says, look, man, check this out. If this man can't come out here and sit and eat with the rest of us, same thing with Ella Fitzgerald, same thing with Lena Horne, okay? He says, hey, man, I'm leaving this damn place and you motherfuckers will go broke without me. You know what I'm saying? So they got their minds right, okay? And then the former heavyweight champion, Ali, when he whooped Floyd Patterson's ass here in Las Vegas in 1965, he goes down there on Fremont Street and he wants to sit down there at the lunch counter and eat. And they told him the same thing like they told him in Louisville when he got back from the Olympics.
Yep.
See, you know,
then they had a nickname for Nevada, wasn't it? The Mississippi of the West.
Yes, sir. That's it. The Mississippi of the West. Mm-hmm. Mississippi of the West.
And I felt
that a lot of.
I felt that shit in full effect last time I was in Nevada. Remember, I told you I got stranded in Nevada.
Oh man. Woo. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. And then when I went through places like, okay, this is in northern Nevada now. When I went through like Winnemucca, Battle Mountain,
Fallon.
Fallon, Nevada, where they had OJ at. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah.
Ely.
Ely. Yep. Been through there. Mm-hmm.
Austin, Nevada. That shit. Austin, Nevada. Last time I went to Austin, Nevada, it was all trumped up. It had Trump everything. It was Trump everything.
Oh yeah.
Make America great.
Oh yeah, the whole damn state was Trump. Particularly this time around too. You know, it was all Trump. You know, and that's why I asked Sarge, and Sarge told us a lie. He said he was going to call up the city of Las Vegas, Nevada for us and ask him to start bouncing a wrecking ball, man, off that Trump hotel.
Well, remember old boy tried to blow it up after he blew his brains out.
Yeah, see, now, why didn't old boy just go out there to the desert, blow his brains out, leave his note? You know what I'm saying? And he was in a damn Tesla, too.
He had to go out with a Shabaki. He blew his brains out and sent the car over to the building and tried to blow it up.
Damn. Ooh, boy, fanaticism is dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
It's already getting super late.
Oh, yeah, because I forgot you're an hour ahead. Yeah, okay, so what's up with Vicky Delia to see she's going to be getting on these people's helmet with that hammer again?
Oh, yeah. So she says FBAs say it's not fair that Ukrainian migrants drive around Houston in Tesla cars and Benz is unemployed.
Damn. Yeah, I wonder what old Governor Rolaids got to say about that.
My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give us a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. That way others will know that we're here. For that, we say thank you so very much.
Wait a minute, she's in Colorado in Lakewood. She down the street from you.
Yep, she used to be in Aurora. Now she's in Lakewood. Yep. So outside of us, she's like the only new black media out here.
I will try to reach out to her.
Oh, I have. Remember, I met her. I met her back in like 2008, 2009. Remember, we had the Black Agenda tour.
Yeah. Please tell me you got the phone number, brother.
Somewhere. I had it in Messenger, but I can't access my Facebook.
Yeah. And speaking of Messenger, they fucking with my messages on my 323 number, man. I think that's T-Mobile doing that bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all don't be playing. Y'all don't play about these different migrant groups, particularly, with the
Oh, you know who has her damn number, Shabaka?
Who that?
Jeff Bartz.
Oh shit.
Ukrainians and stuff coming over here getting housing from Americans, opening their doors and qualifying for SSI and just getting checks and being prioritized. So I'm like, to be somebody. Y'all have been responding big time.
Hold it. Back up a minute. She said them motherfuckers is getting SSI checks.
Yep.
And I go try to get me some SSI, and they told me to kiss their ass.
Yeah, ain't that some shit?
Yeah. Ain't that a bitch?
More
and then I told you about the motherfucker came knocking on my door when I was in Colorado, and I informed that individual knocking on my door. Hey, man, you got some money. Man, I will severely hurt you, motherfucker, because I'm going to consider it as a home invasion robbery.
Right.
Home being my temporary lodging where I spent more than 24 hours, where I went to sleep, looked at TV, got up, took a shower.
Yep.
See, and you knocking on my motherfucking door, and I see your punk ass the night before ask me the same bullshit.
Yeah, at the gas station, at the 7-Eleven. I know exactly which one you at, because I stayed at that Motel 6.
More private or anonymous, but the other ones that are public, I try to use those, because it's a public comment. Then I try to, if I do a public, if I'm trying to refer to something, I tend to like to, highlight that. You understand? Well, one of you all said something interesting in my latest one. How many of y'all know I've been doing back-to-back broadcasts on this? So be sure to check all those out here. Basically a series on exposing both the current Trump administration and the previous Biden administration for opening up the doors for the Ukrainians to get Social Security. I've been talking about this for a long time now, and I'm going to continue to talk about it until it gets the necessary traction and pushback that it deserves, and until we get what we deserve as tangibles for foundational Black Americans and freedmen. Yes?
Yes.
Well, family, under the latest one that I did, because I told you I've done several, right? The latest one that I did that specifically says how Americans open their homes to 216,000 Ukrainians so that they can qualify for SSI, and I break down why that was important for them to even get those checks. Family, one of you all said something that I found very interesting. Y'all watch this. Among many comments now, like a whole lot of comments, one of you all said that I can confirm this. There are many Ukrainians living in Houston, unemployed by owning Mercedes Benz and living in luxury apartment complexes. And quite a few of you all liked on that comment, right? Mm-hmm. Well, family, you all know I do international news here as well. Yes, so be sure to check out that commentary as well. Well, I was listening to a recent commentator, and I know y'all gonna be like, Vicky, no, you didn't. Yes, I did, baby. Yes, I did. I was listening to a recent commentator, beloved, from Poland. Yes. And family, when I was listening to this commentator from Poland talk about the disaster of the war with Ukraine against Russia, he started talking about how there's a lot of Ukrainian immigrants coming to his country. Y'all not gonna believe this. Watch this clip.
Especially when it comes to Ukrainians, of which there are about just north of 3, some even speculate around 4 million. Add to that a couple of 100,000 Georgians, Belarusians, and people coming in from other continents to Poland, you're not only seeing, wage depression in the labor market. That's a whole different issue. But you're also seeing issues where we have seen significant rise in crime committed by foreigners in Poland. This is being talked about more and more by the police in Poland, who are being frustrated that they're not able to have the capacity in the capital within their ranks to actually battle this plague, which is becoming more and more apparent every day. I mean, the latest news about so-called Russian spies in Poland that were conducting some sort of sabotage and diversion operations. They were accused of being Russian spies, but each of these so-called spies had Ukrainian passports. So you're opening the gates to national security threats also. Plus the fact that a lot of these Ukrainians that come to Poland, as you mentioned, they bring along with them their Banderite nationalist ideology, and nobody dares to point that out, unfortunately. And a lot of them are acting as if, they own this country. And a lot of Poles are being fed up with that because they're coming here. Not only are they living off the social grants that many of them are getting from the government, but a lot of them are acting as if, they deserve some sort of special treatment. And when you walk down a Warsaw Street, for example, and you're seeing a Lamborghini or a brand new Mercedes or a Tesla riding on a Ukrainian license plate, you have to ask yourself the question, what kind of refugees and immigrants are actually coming to Poland?
Family, did you hear Dr. Mike Krupa say that the Ukrainians are over there as migrants driving around in Mercedes? The FBAs might be on the stuff. The FBA said, baby, they driving around Houston and stuff, living in luxury and driving Mercedes. This Polish man said,
with a gavel,
that the Ukrainians are over there.
Yeah.
He said something similar. He said that they're benefiting off of what? Social grants. Which sounds like it's something similar perhaps to our Social Security program. Here, I need to double check that, but I'm just using his words word for word. He said those social grants there, yes. What else did he say? He said they driving in Lamborghinis, Teslas, and Mercedes.
How the hell can they afford any of that?
Talk black to me, somebody. He said they over there thinking they own the country. He talked about their Banderite nationalism.
Out of order. The whole trial is out of order.
There are Nazis over there in Ukraine. We proved that in no limited time, right? But your government is spending all this money.
The Fourth Reich.
And this man is clearly white skinned. Shoot, family, the Polish, the other white people don't want Ukrainians. I don't know how the Ukrainians are bringing so many people around the world together. They don't like that. They said, look, y'all doing Social Security here, social grants there. You're doing what is it, Mercedes here in America driving around in Houston. That's what our FBA family said. And then you turn around over there with Lamborghinis, Mercedes, and Teslas. Talk back to me, somebody. Then they said that you over there with your nationalism. Then they said you act like you better than everybody else. A child, Ukraine, y'all in a lot of trouble. They don't like y'all over there. And I'm bringing this up because I want you all to know that this is further confirmation. We don't need about an amen. What we know here is foundational Black Americans, but I just wanted you all to know, perhaps you didn't know that you had an ally and somebody that's amen in what's going on here in America that's all the way over there from Poland. And this man is a commentator and an author. And he said, baby, we don't like them like that either. How many of y'all know we don't have nothing against people and stuff, but baby, you ain't finna come up here and throw all your weight around. And God knows we ain't finna be just backing you and you straight up a Nazi. Talk black to me, somebody, some of y'all. Beloved, I love to hear what y'all have to say about it as soon as I can get to it. Of course, I can't always check everything, family, but it's always interesting to read when I get a chance to see some of them. So be sure to comment and share, beloved. Don't forget, if you see this at the time that you're seeing this, I'm going to be having an absolutely free webinar Saturday, April 5th. If you missed the live, I'll probably have the replay available for members of the Vicky Dilla Mystery School. Go to my website for details. It's free, VickyPlanet.com.
Yeah, also. Okay, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the Ukrainians driving around in Mercedes Benz in Houston and Lamborghinis?
I got 2 words to say. Yeah, I got 2 words to say about them cats. Fuck them.
Yeah, I agree, Shabaka. Remember how they treated the African immigrants over there?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Particularly the ones from Nigeria. Yeah. Chinese did the same damn thing, too, where the Chinese had a massive deportation of Nigerian visitors going into China. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Say, going over there into China. You see? So what it is, Black family, we are hated around the world. because these other individuals can't be us. Oh, and by the way, guess what? Today is April, it's springtime here in Nevada.
Yeah.
And guess what the next season is here? Summer. So therefore, for all you pale people that say we all the same, come sit out here in the sun with me. Say, come sit out here in the sun with me. And when your skin starts to peeling and shedding like your relatives, you know, that crawl on their belly, you know what I'm saying? I'll make an anonymous phone call for 911 to come save your ass from burning up. And I sure in the fuck ain't gonna give them my name. Okay. Reason being, because you sons of bitches ain't gonna sit up there and set me up. But I'm not that motherfucking inhumane to allow your stinking ass to sit out here and fry. But I know one thing that what you whiteys would do with me. You would have me go up there to the Great Lakes in the middle of January and watch me freeze to death as you all take your polar bear asses going skinny dipping in the Great Lakes in sub-zero weather. You out your motherfucking mind. Say, but I'm not inhumane like you motherfuckers is. And all the hate mail that I get, you know, on my like page and as you witnessed, Brother Che, when we was doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk, what did they call me? You damn nigga, you black SOB and all other kind of profanity and that I'm not going to go off into because we might have youngins watch. Oh, yeah. You know, oh, yeah. Say, but to quote the words of Martin Delaney, I thank God for being a black man.
Right. So speaking of being black, we're going to hear from Chairman O'Malley. Shout out to Chairman O'Malley of the African Socialist Party.
Oh, yeah, Yasha Taylor. Yeah.
He's going to give us
if I'm saying his name.
Yes.
If I'm saying his name correctly.
Pronounce this, Shabaki. I met him back in 2019 when me and Chairman
Okay, and our girl. Yeah, and our girl down there in Florida, yeah, she's very familiar with him.
Yeah, well, I met him back in 2019 at a conference in St. Louis.
Oh, in the STL? Okay. St. Louis, Missouri. Okay.
That the Universal African Peoples Organization had put on.
Okay, did you see the Mississippi River?
Yes, Shabaka.
I know, ain't it depressing? Each time, man, I cross that fucking river, man, I get the most eeriest of feeling.
Yeah.
That's why I appreciate what young man did there, Aquaman did down there in Montgomery.
Yes. Shout out to Aquaman. The chairman.
Definitely the chairman of Montgomery. You see, ladies and gentlemen, a folding chair is a multi-purpose device. You pull out the folding chair, you could rest your ass. You fold up the folding chair and you could use it to whoop some ass to defend yourself. Yep. So the chairman, man, he gave a great demonstration of how to protect yourself with a folding chair. Aquaman, 17-year-old that dove off the boat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And me, with my old broke down, decrepit ass, I would have gotten that shit too. I would have been working this cane like a Shaolin monk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I really loved it when them drunk ass bastards, old grandma sitting up there talking that bullshit and somebody unleashed a right cross on her ass and knocked her on her ass into the fucking river. That was beautiful.
Yep. April 5th.
I mean, that man, the chairman of Montgomery, had set a precedent of throwing a hat up in the air, man, that day was more effective than the Batman signal, man, on the Batman series.
Yep. So that showed that we can come together. We have cohesiveness on these crackers.
Yes. Now, what you saw right there, people. Now, let me tell you what you saw right there. We know the concept of explosion, when matter is ignited and it scatters, right? But the implosion is the exact opposite, where the scattered matter all came together as ones. And it was oops upside some domes. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the old house nigga police chief. Oh, well, this is so wrong. And all this old kind of bullshit. When is house nigga gonna end? I mean,
when it starts being incentivized.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, for the life of me, when is house niggering gonna end? When are these Sambos like Cory Booker and Uncle Tim Scott and Warlock and all of them? When are you sons of bitches just gonna say poof and go away? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, really. I mean, oh, Uncle Tim Scott got up there ass scratching, yassa bossing, being a homie kind of nigga. Thought he was gonna be vice president up under the dumpster. Dumpster ain't said nothing to him. Dumpster just walked by and got old J.D. Vance.
Yep. Remember that video I played of Tim Scott begging for a handout?
Yeah.
And them crackers just walk right past him.
Oh, yeah. That was the first dump regime. He's standing there skinning and grinning with his stymie-looking Uncle Remus ass. And they just walking by that trick. And what does this asshole go up there and tell us people that America is not a racist country?
Oh, my
and
God.
boss just passing them by. But America is not a racist country.
Kamala said that dumb shit too. It was like,
I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for black people now.
Yeah, here it is.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
I mean, is this not
she ain't up on the lineage. She is
See, you know, and then when them raping, slave trading pedophiles drew up that U.S. Constitution, what's that? Declaration of Independence of 1776?
No, Declaration of Independence 1787.
Okay, 1787. Okay. And George Washington, who was a raping, slave trading pedophile himself, just like Thomas Jefferson, Sally Hemings, and I'm sure James Madison, James Monroe did the same thing. See that pretty little chocolate fox coming there, and he gonna violate her.
So
then her daddy, her brother, her son, her husband, he's just supposed to sit there and say, "You the boss, boss." Can you imagine, Brother Che, the rage that went through the sister's husband when she was violated? Same thing with her daddy and her brother. Can you just imagine that rage, man?
Well, that rage is why they was able to win the Civil War.
Okay. And then, like they told the Negroes, well, you come join the Civil War, you'll get freedom. But then you had a lot of slaves that fought on the side of the Confederacy, and they were just told by their masters to go there and do it. You the boss, boss. I was the boss. Dixieland. Segregation yesterday, segregation day, and segregation mine.
Yeah.
See?
All right, let's see what the chairman got to say on why they try to lock him up.
Who it is?
Chairman O'Malley.
Oh, Oshatale, yeah. Okay.
Uhuru, my brothers and sisters and comrades, this is Chairman Omali Shatella, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the International Uhuru Movement and the African Revolution. I want to welcome everybody for coming on. The first thing I want to do, however, is to challenge the notion that's been promoted and that people have been trained to accept as true about the attention span for people who come to social media. At one juncture, I used to read it was 10 seconds, and now with the advent of TikTok, it may even be less than that. I think that's certainly how people are being trained to look at information, to receive information, to make sure that we don't get an opportunity or we unlearn how to pay attention to our environment and to understand the world. I think that this is something that's purposefully being done. And I'm saying that if you have a 10-second attention span, you're in the wrong spot.
Right.
And that you should go ahead and find a Democratic Party video or something like that to watch. But if in fact you need, and I believe it's true of most people, and certainly I believe it's true of most young African people who were the first to break from the Democratic Party and the Kamala Harris trick, who were the first to desert her. And I see growing evidence of that continuation, though most people seem to be unclear where to go, having broken from the Democratic Party trajectory. I want you to be here with us. Let's look at this. Let's talk about this. This is a very critical time in the history, not just of Black people and not just of what's called America, but the world is engaged in an incredibly significant moment. And you have an opportunity to play an incredibly significant role in shaping what the future is going to look like. You have a responsibility to do that, just as I do, which is the reason we've entered this discussion. But before even getting into the discussion, I want to make a couple of announcements of things that you should be aware of. And I'm calling you to look at this. And one thing is that on Saturday, April 5th, just a couple of days from now, there is going to be an event, a Hands Off Uhuru, a Hands Off Africa event. And the basis of that is not over, that we are still engaged in an incredibly significant struggle that, as many of you know, on July 29, 2022, the United States government made an assault on the African liberation movement overall with the attack on the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, in two cities in this country, St. Louis, Missouri, and Washington, D.C. It's testimony to just the state of affairs in this country and in the world. That country that boasts of being the strongest, biggest, best armed country in the world would end up spending millions and millions of dollars and attacking one of the poorest sections in St. Louis, Missouri. I'll tell you, it's called Red Bud Avenue, and which is where I live right now, and using armored vehicles and using flashbang grenades and using military forces with FBI tags on their outfits, armed with assault weapons to occupy my home, the home that I share with my wife, for hours, to handcuff my wife and to zip tie me and offer us an opportunity to sit on the curb at pre-dawn. They do the same thing at the office that we have in the southern part of St. Louis, which is where the majority of the white people live. And this office is occupied by a solidarity movement that has taken the struggle of African people for reparations, and that exposes the genocide being committed against African people here and around the world on a regular basis, with meetings that happen there on a regular basis, and also with banners over their doors that this was also attacked. They use battering rams, they use armored vehicles, they knock down doors, they use what they call flashbang grenades or stun grenades and what have you, to frighten the people, terrorize the people who are in the place, and to terrorize people in the neighborhood to convince them that they should not be associated with us. This is United States government that has been making war, supporting war, facilitating war of extermination in Palestine, killing thousands and thousands of Palestinian people in this small area that they call Gaza. And this is not a moment where I'm going to just talk about the significance of Palestine, in the sense that many people have recognized for the longest period of time that Palestine has been the key to the Arab Revolution. It has been the key to changing everything that's in this area that they call the Middle East, which was been defined, maps drawn, and things like that, and named by Europe, colonizers. The same military forces that have been orchestrating what we're going to be talking about shortly, the war against Russia, using Ukraine as a vehicle and as cannon fodder to make that happen. They would be attacking us. They would be attacking the African Revolution to us. This is testimony not only to how significant Palestine is to the Arab Revolution, but the significance of Africa and African people to the revolution in general. We'll say some things about that moving forward. I want to say that this meeting is going to be happening Saturday, April 5th, and people can register to attend this conference at handsoffuhuru.org, handsoffuhuru.org/register. On April 12th and 13th, which is a Saturday and Sunday, also, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations will be hosting, I think, what is the 9th electoral campaign school that we have done, and which I think is one of the critical basis for the United States government attack on us as well, because we've robbed them of this sanctuary place where only the African petty bourgeoisie, who are at the service of white liberals, have been able to occupy the space and to pretend and to give the impression to the world and to us sometimes that they represent what it is that we want, what we think of what African people want. And we're saying we've organized this this movement and this school to train people to demystify the whole concept of elections and the electoral process, and to make it impossible for the African petty bourgeoisie, I'm talking about middle class and milksops and lick spittles, who usually work more for the liberal sector of the white ruling class, to rob them of this monopoly on the electoral process that they killed Malcolm to keep us out of, that they killed King to keep us out of, that they attacked and destroyed the Black Panther Party as a means of preventing the questions and issues that are critical to our struggle against colonialism from being something that the masses of people in this country, Africans certainly, but there are other people in this country as well who have the ability to unite with the struggle against colonialism, given an opportunity. And the electoral process is that process that has been made legitimate, and where doors are supposed to be open, giving people an opportunity to share ideas and struggle around questions. But if they kill Malcolm, if they kill Panthers, if they kill King and forces who would be representative of the ideas that that needs to be part of a program for the liberation of African people, then of course that's never something that will happen. And the only thing you're left with is Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Kennedys and the Clintons and other things like that in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And because we attacked that, we're creating this electoral school. And this is the thing that we're asking you to participate in on the 12th and 13th of this month. Come and participate in this, where we're training people to be able to engage in the electoral process and don't have to worry now that this process we're engaged in somehow makes you a lackey, makes you somebody who's in the service of anti-revolution project. So that's going to be April 12th and 13th. And it's going to include some incredibly significant forces that of our own. Professor Ikemba Ojori, who will be one of the presenters, and Dr. Masamela Odom, who heads the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and who has been involved in the struggle for liberation, as has Ojori on the right side of the question. There's Chimarenga Sambayo, who is out of Florida, and he himself has run for office at different times on an anti-colonial platform and been ganged up on by all of the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, and what have you, because of that. But he's become a go-to person in terms of how to deal with these questions. And so he's going to be one of the presenters. And Akilia Nai, who at one juncture was threatened with indictment by the federal government because of her relationship to the African People's Socialist Party, and whose house, who was handcuffed at 6 o'clock in the morning there in St. Petersburg, Florida, and threatened with the same kind of thing that they threatened me and Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, who were members of the African People's Solidarity Committee with. And then there's Comrade Charles Barron, who has been elected on several times, maybe spent something, maybe 40 years or so as an elected official out of New York City on the city council. He's been an extraordinary force and has taken to the electoral process to kind of issues and things like that most of the squirming liberal Negroes who we have to work with, who they put forth to replace us, who they support to make sure that our voices don't get on the agenda. Barron is somebody who is quite experienced. He also has been a member of the New York State Assembly, so he will be one of the presenters. And then there's Afia Mangaza, who was with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the 1960s. Yeah. And she was a part of the Atlanta Project, where they put forth the document in the process of supporting Julian Bond, who was a SNCC member who had won an election in Georgia, and who they denied the ability to occupy his seat because he was opposed to the U.S. government's war on Vietnam. If it sounds familiar to what's happened to us, it's because it's the same situation that we are confronted with now that we were confronted with then. And so Afia Mangaza, she will be one of the people who will be presenting. So I wanted to say that you can go to blackisbackcoalition.org for more information and to register for that. Okay. So what I want to talk to you about now is something that is really important at this time, because many people have been frightened to no end. And many people have been disoriented by the election and actions of Donald John Trump to the as a consequence of becoming U.S. president, and the kinds of things that Trump is accused of having done. First of all, is something that I just want to call attention to. Because much of what he's accused of having done is stuff that the Democratic Party has done all along, and it does even now. The Democratic Party is the first entity in recent history to use the Russian gambit, to use the Russian claim, to use the Russian trope. The Democratic Party was the one that was responsible for election denial. They claimed that of Donald Trump, but it was the Democratic Party. When Hillary Clinton lost that election, to the surprise of the Democratic Party and most of the liberal establishment. When Hillary Clinton lost that election, she claimed not to have lost the election. She claimed that it was the Russians. It was the Russians who are responsible for Trump's success in the electoral process. And if you remember, they charged Trump over and over again with election denial, that he was claiming that it was rigged against him and what have you. And Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party were the ones who raised that. And Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party is responsible in the final analysis for the charge made against me that somehow I was working for Russia because I was advancing the cause of the liberation of African people in particular, and the colonized peoples of the world in general, and especially of Africa. It was Clinton who did that. And so I think it's important to say that. And this is not an apology for Trump. What I'm saying is that you're looking at colonialism. And colonialism is the foreign and alien domination of a people for the purpose of economic exploitation, for political purposes, to the advantage of the colonizers themselves. And so we hear people now more and more talking about colonialism. They weren't talking about colonialism just a few short weeks ago. It's we in the African People's Socialist Party. I am the one who raised the colonial question. I've been writing about this since the 70s, but doing more than writing about it. We've been engaged in struggle. But somebody has said it before, and I'll say it again, that philosophers have explained the world. But the task is to change the world. And so we've been engaged in anti-colonial struggle, not just some anti-colonial discussion that you can hear increasingly today, not only by people who now claim to be leftists or claim to be a part of the struggle of African people, but even sectors of the ruling class or representatives of their mouthpieces, some who are obviously reactionary and Zionists, some who are obviously reactionary and now even attempt to justify German colonialism, which happened a long time ago. Why the hell are they talking about German colonialism today? It's because of the colonial struggle, the anti-colonial struggle that we are making today. It's the anti-colonial struggle that African People's Socialist Party has pushed back on the agenda so that it's impossible to ignore the colonial question anymore. So even when the Palestinians struck out this time, the Palestinian movement that's always been supported by the African liberation movement, now people are talking about colonialism. And so the colonialism becomes one of the ideological targets of the rulers of this country from the right and sometimes from the left. And the left sometimes not consciously so. The left talking about, I've seen several books recently by the left on settler colonialism. Now they got to talk about settler colonialism all of a sudden because they are moving also to take charge of the discussion. They take it into academia, they take it into places that will try to define it and take it away from revolutionaries who are trying to change the world as opposed to simply explaining the world.
White supremacy always takes both sides of the argument. So that's what they're doing. That's what he's describing.
It's our struggle against colonialism and the theory that we have developed around that that's responsible for Oxford University inviting us in 2019 to come to Oxford to talk to them about the African internationalism, which is the party's theory. This is the philosophy that guides everything that we do. It's now back on the agenda, and it's something that they won't be able to control. So here we are. With a situation that has caused so much consternation with the advent of Donald Trump. And even as they're talking about, people are having to talk about colonialism more and more, we hear more and more from our leftist friends, this ongoing betrayal of the struggle against colonialism, because our leftists have rediscovered fascism. And they're saying that the fascism is the fundamental question that we have to deal with. And they're saying that it's fascism. They never would unite with us in the struggle against colonialism. Even the communist forces in France refused to fight against colonialism. They couldn't even unite with the struggle of African people in Algeria that was held by France, who was struggling against colonialism. It took them ages to unite with the Vietnamese who were fighting against French colonialism. They wanted to claim that both France, both Algeria and Vietnam were departments of France, that there was no basis, a legitimate basis for struggling against colonialism. And then we had a situation in Portuguese, so-called Portugal, Africa, where Portuguese leftists who were themselves living under fascism. And they made the statement to revolutionaries there, including Comrade Amilcar Cabral, who many of you are familiar with because he was a brilliant theoretician, and he led the struggle on the ground until he was assassinated for the liberation of our people. And Cabral, in responding to the Portuguese left, who told us in Africa that if you the struggle has to be against fascism, because if we fight against fascism in Portugal, if we fight against Portuguese fascism, colonialism will go away. And Cabral said, I don't know about that. We hate fascism. We don't like fascism or anything, but we know for sure that if we defeat Portuguese colonialism, Portuguese fascism will fall in Portugal. Right. And sure enough, 7 months after the victory of our forces in what they characterize as Portuguese Africa, Portuguese fascism collapsed. A point is that the colonial question is a critical question. And even as people would have us fighting against Trump, it's the part of the left's betrayal, an unwillingness to say that the fundamental question we are dealing with, and that is what's happening to African people, what's happening to Mexican people, what's happening to indigenous people living in concentration camps in this country that never even get mentioned. This is the betrayal of the colonial left, the settler colonial left in this instance. And so while people want to talk about Trump, it's in a way to, and fascism, it's a way to evade the responsibility to talk about the colonial domination of African people, the colonial domination of Mexican people, who up until 1948, well, you saw in 1948, the United States government stole half of Mexico. It's an evasion of the responsibility to deal with the question that of the indigenous population in these concentration camps called Indian reservations. If you deal with those questions, we wouldn't have to worry about fascism here. The fact of the matter is that fascism is a form of the state, just like so-called democracy is a form of the state. Democracy for whom has always been the question. The democracy that was founded in this country, I'm talking now about the United States, is a democracy that came at the expense of the rights and liberties and resources and lives of the indigenous population here, of African people who were brought here in chains and ships, and those of us who survived the trip. This gives this lie that somehow that America is some kind of nation of immigrants, and Africans are not immigrants.
Exactly.
We were captives, and it was white people who were living, fleeing from the despair and poverty and despotism of Europe, who, if anything, we can't even allow them to be characterized as immigrants. They were invaders, and they invaded this space, and they killed and took the land in the most grotesque ways of indigenous people. And the system that we have now is an experience now when white people are concerned about the fascism, etc. What they are concerned about is that the system that was born of killing indigenous people and taking their land, the system that was born of creating wealth from the stolen labor of African people, and its manifestation, how it represents itself in the world, this whole parasitic social system has now begun to intrude into their lives in some way or another, or appear to intrude in their lives. And why shouldn't it? If it's killing Africans, if it's killing Mexicans, if it's killing the indigenous population, who in the hell are white people?
Right.
That you should think that it should not intrude into your lives. But rather than unite with the struggle in a deep and profound way to change this world, by uniting with the Palestinians, the Africans, with the indigenous people here, you do require the indigenous people to fight your battles for you with another sector of the ruling class by saying what we're fighting against is fascism. That somehow Donald Trump has become the face of oppression in America, when the fact of the matter is it was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that attacked my house at 5 o'clock in the morning on December 29th in 2022. It's Kamala Harris and Joe Biden who are the most recent aggressors that's murdered thousands and thousands of Palestinians. So many people that people don't even talk about it anymore. It's become an ubiquitous reality. It's just there. Just like air is there. You don't talk about air because you have it, and that's the same thing that's happening with the Palestinian murder that's happening in plain sight. So I'm saying all of this, and I think it's important to say that we've said all along what was happening with this Ukrainian war. That a world order that had come about, that had been defined in the 1940s, subsequent to the Second World Imperialist War. That was called World War II.
Yep.
After the Russians had crushed the Nazis in Berlin, that the United States claimed responsibility for having done. Russia lost something, maybe 27, 29 million people in that war because the United States and the other colonizer countries had intended to allow the Russians and the Germans to kill each other off, and then the U.S. would and the other colonial powers would ascend to the helm of the colonial project.
All facts. No
Pretty
lies.
much.
Are you still with me?
Yep, we're still with you, Chairman.
I want you to stay with me. And I want you to share this because people need to be involved in this discussion. This is not your 10-second hit, anything like that. You should share this. This is discussion that you won't hear about in your civics classes, or certainly you won't get it through the New York Times that we're going to talk about now. And the United States government,
San Francisco Chronicle, or the
here's
Chicago
some statements about from the indictment of
or the Denver
who
Post.
we've characterized as the Uhuru Three. The United States government made this attack on me, on the Uhuru movement, and on Africa. Because believe me, that's what it is. It's an attack on Africa. Because for the first time in 100 years or so, almost 100 years, Africa was speaking with one voice, or in the process of speaking with one voice. They'd killed Garvey. They got rid of Garvey, rather. May have killed him, but certainly they punished him. They framed him up because he had initiated economic development programs that would negate the whole of colonialism on Africa and African people in general. Now, Garvey never set foot on the continent of Africa. Many people may not know that. But he led this movement and to create Africa, turn Africa into an economic powerhouse and a political powerhouse. That's what it was about. And so he had begun this project in the United States, and he had created for the first time, and perhaps the only time in our history, a shipping line for African people. It wasn't a Garvey shipping line. It wasn't a New York shipping line. It was a shipping line for African people. It's called the Black Star shipping line. That was to facilitate trade and what have you among African people globally. And the United States government, as opposed to helping this effort, you would think they will help this effort, looking at the condition they have created for African people globally, especially coming to the end of the First World War, by the way, which, like the Second World War, was a war to redivide the world. You got these bandits, colonizers who control the entire world. Think about this. They control the entire world. And these bandit colonizers, a minority population on the planet, controlling the entire world, controlling Africa, controlling much of Asia, controlling all of the Americas, etc. They control the entire world. And so this every, like mafioso forces, every now and then they have to fight a war to redivide the world because they don't like the deal that they got in the last one. So the first world war, the first colonial war to redivide the world happened, and at the time that Garvey was really leading a powerful movement, and at that time there was something like 11 million members and so associates with the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League that was led by Marcus Garvey. That was a powerful movement. Think about that. And you're talking about a movement that not only existed in Africa, which is incredible, in America and the Americas, which is incredible, but also Australia, also parts of India. All of these people were Black people uniting to capture our freedom and our dignity and our resources. And so Garvey was attacked. And this, you got to remember, these are African people. All of us around the world have lived under white colonial domination. Yeah. All of us have lived under white colonial domination. And Garvey leads this movement. And now we've got a shipping line that's really a critical thing, because it's going to give us the ability to trade with each other and then to collect our economic capacity and grow industry. He had created all kinds of other things. And I mean, if you got a black dog, blame it on Garvey. If you see black pictures of Jesus and what have you, blame it on Garvey. Garvey created all kinds of institutions, etc. And so they framed him up and said that he used the mail to defraud the United States government. They said that to defraud black people, just like they said that I defrauded the United States government because somehow the economic development work we were doing, somehow the work that we were doing to spread the struggle of African people throughout the world, somehow the work that we were doing to connect Africans was at the behest and leadership and direction of Russia. What's extraordinary? Damn. And the only reason they could get away with telling, or think they could get away with telling that lie, is because they have denied African people and the peoples of the world information about the struggle of black people, and convinced the white people of their own superiority, this whole anti-racism garbage, etc., and convinced a lot of black people of the superiority of white people. And so they could tell this lie. They could liquidate the history of our people and our struggle. They could liquidate the fact that Africans, we were building pyramids in Africa before Europeans mastered fire. Right. I mean, so this whole notion that we have no agency of our own, that it takes somebody white to tell us what to do, that we are oppressed, that we need to be free. That's why crazy on that. Have the experience that we have in terms of being enslaved. How the hell the Russians going to tell us to get free? We would teach the Russians of anything about how to get free, etc. So anyway, they framed us up, and we've been involved in this struggle for a long time. They use the parasitic trope that's been there forever, the parasite who lives off everybody else, and then flips the script and give the impression that the host is living off the parasite, that the host needs the parasite. If you don't have me sucking your blood, what are you going to do, buddy? Right? That was the kind of thing that's been created. So a point is that the New York Times now writes this article, and the indictment that the United States government had put against us. So here's page 8 of the indictment. From page 8, they're talking about how the Russians are responsible for controlling us, and because the Russians, they said, through these influence operations, Russia attempted to shape foreign perceptions and to influence populations by, among other things, seeking to create wedges that reduce trust and confidence in democratic processes, degrade democratization efforts, weaken U.S. partnerships with European allies, undermine Western sanctions, encourage anti-U.S. and anti-Western political views, and counter efforts to bring Ukraine and other former Soviet states into European and international institutions. This is what the United States, this is what the indictment against us said. This is what we are working with the Russians, under leadership of the Russians, who are trying to make all of this stuff happen that I just mentioned. And they said that was overt. That was one of the overt acts. And then on page 28, overt act number 68, it says that on or about February 27, 2022, the unindicted co-conspirator, that's me, gave a video presentation on behalf of the African People's Socialist Party, in which unindicted co-conspirator 4 stated that the APSP and defendant Yesitela, along with the leaders of Venezuela, China, Iran, Cuba, Nicaragua, has spoken in opposition to the United States imperialist created crisis in Ukraine and in solidarity with the people of Russia and their elected government and leadership. And so, you know, this is the New York Times article. It's making several other statements. This is from the New York Times article, I think March 29th, I think it was. Yeah, March 29th, 2025. You should look it up yourself and look at what the article says. And it says that the New York Times investigation reveals that America was woven into the war far more intimately and broadly than previously understood. See, they didn't understand this stuff. At critical moments, the partnership was the backbone of Ukrainian military operations that, by U.S. count, have killed or wounded more than 700,000 Russian soldiers. It says that side by side in Wiesbaden, this is Germany, Mission Command Center, which is one controlled by the United States, American and Ukrainian officers planned Kyiv's counteroffensives. A vast American intelligence collection effort, both guided big picture battle strategy and funnel precise targeting information down to Ukrainian soldiers in the field. It goes further than that. You know, one European intelligence chief recalled being taken aback to learn how deeply enmeshed his NATO counterparts had become in Ukrainian operations. They are a part of the kill chain now, he said. So again and again, the group set up another location. They're talking about how the Russians were moved from this place to that place, and again, the Americans found it, and the Ukrainians destroyed it. So anyway, this is the kind of stuff. It said time and again, the Biden administration authorized clandestine operations it had previously prohibited. American military advisors were dispatched to Kyiv and later allowed to travel closer to the fighting. These are American military advisors, right? Military and CIA officers in Wiesbaden helped plan and support a campaign of Ukrainian strikes in Russia-annexed Crimea. Finally, the military and then the CIA received the green light to enable pinpoint strikes deep inside Russia itself. And then there's later on where they mentioned how a small team of CIA officers were allowed to stay in Kyiv. And because right before the so-called Russia invaded, the U.S. moved its military forces out of the embassy. That's what this article says. They knew. They moved the forces out of the embassy, but left the CIA in place there. A Polish general, so they had a Polish general who was playing a role, a British general was managing logistic hub, a Canadian would oversee the training of the Ukrainians. This was a colonial war that was initiated against Russia. And so this is the kind of stuff that we were talking about without naming the specifics. This is what we said. We didn't have these details. We didn't know the names of the people who were involved and what have you. Some of the names are in here. But the thing is, you're looking at this article from the New York Times. It's talking about how the United States is really helping to defend Ukraine. And that's why it's doing all of this stuff. It's taking over the military. It's using things like the national global, geospatial intelligence apparatus. They say that. And we know about the NGA because we're fighting it right here in St. Louis, Missouri, which is another one of the reasons they had to attack us, because they were taking Black people's property here in St. Louis, pushing people out of their homes, and occupying 2,000 acres of land through eminent domain to put this entity that's there. It controls all the satellites, all of the drones that's attacking in war and Palestine and Ukraine, all these other places are controlled by this NGA. There's NGA East, that's in the Washington, D.C. area, with more than 2 million square feet of territory. That's the third largest installation in the D.C. area. And then there's NGA West here. That's taking the 2,000 acres of Black people's land here. And so that's another one of the reasons. It's all connected. It's really important for us to understand this. This is not about your neighborhood leftists who want you to go out and protest the last thing that you think that Trump did to upset you. This is the thing that's given direction to how everything is unfolding in the world in terms of the whole economic and political configuration of the planet right now. That's what we are dealing with. And that's why, that's part of what I wanted to talk about also. So the New York Times wrote this article. But even this article by the New York Times is a bit of disinformation.
Obviously.
Because what the article does not mention is the United States government had helped to overthrow the Ukrainian government in 2014. This government that is now helping the army that is out there helping the CIA, helping the poor, feckless Ukrainians and Ukrainian army and what have you, they overthrew the damn government in 2014. They're the ones who are responsible for Zelensky being in power in the first place. I think it's important. This war did not start. In February of 2022. Is it February that they claim to start in 2022 by Russia?
Drink your water, Cheryce.
This is why. This is one of the reasons why we say it's a defensive war by Russia, because the war had already begun. Obviously, it had begun when they overthrew the head of state in Ukraine, chased him out of the country and what have you, because he was too close to Russia, because they wanted the Ukrainians to go jump into the European Union and have more solidarity and with the European Union, and they decided that they were going to have unity with Russia as well. This is the thing that made them overthrow this government, so it started much earlier than 2022 that the United States government and this article in the New York Times would have us believe. That's one thing that's important. Other people have recognized this, even at our trial. We had incredible lawyers, one of whom actually, when the court suggested that they would not allow our expert, our Russian expert, to testify about this Ukrainian Russia connection, how the Ukrainians how the U.S. had facilitated the coup. Because they quoted me. They quoted me in a press conference, and they used this as a part of the indictment against me because I said this. And so, we had brilliant lawyers who fought it in the courts, and that's the reason that I'm able to have this discussion with you right now, up to now. You are the people and the things that the lawyers were willing to take into the courtroom. So. That's one thing that people recognize, but what most people don't understand is that what gave shape and form to the political and economic configuration of the world that we are talking about today is that years ago, this is during the era of Garvey. Well, the U.S. has been attacking Russia for more than 100 years. And partially because Russia had joined with the trajectory of the anti-colonial movement around the world. Garvey didn't call Garvey by name, might not have even known his name, although I suspect Lenin probably did know, because Garvey had the largest organization. A lot of Africans recognize that Garvey had the biggest Black organization. Garvey had probably the largest organization in the world.
He had 8 million
even
followers.
FBI agents, looking at the documents that have been retrieved around Garvey, and their investigation said how leaders from around the world, they would come and they would report to Garvey. Ho Chi Minh attended meetings by Garvey, and as did other forces. And Garvey was the contemporary of people like Francisco Pancho Villa. He was contemporary of people who were leading revolutionary movements in Nicaragua. In fact, the Negro World, which was Garvey's newspaper, functioned as the newspaper for a sector of the Vietnamese resistance. So this is, the period that we're talking about, Russia refusing to participate in the First Imperialist World War to redivide the world. Russia refusing, and because of Russia's refusal, and the United States had expected Russia to play a role. This is where they expected Russia to play a role, because this is the same period of time the Balfour Declaration was put forth, where England gave European Jews, gave Palestine to them.
Yeah, that's 1948.
And they
Ralph
did this,
Bunche got caught up in that.
Before the Russian Revolution, the Tsar was in power, but they still had hopes that the Russians would support them when Russia was pulling out of the war.
No, the Balfour Declaration was 1917.
Oh, okay.
Ralph Bunche was, we helped Israel become its own state.
Yeah, in 1948. And from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that after World War II, when the Jewish community was coming up out of the concentration camps, they had nowhere to go. Okay, so what had happened is they even made a film about it called Exodus with Paul Newman about 1961, 62, I believe. And the British had Palestine as a colony. So what had happened was, after the end of World War II, is that the British went on and left Palestine, and then the Jewish community there, they went up there and put up the Star of David, okay, and saying, it is now Israel, okay.
After the League of Nations sanctioned it.
Yeah, and then, as you know, that Yasser Arafat, who was a freedom fighter, started his thing, the PLO, in 1965. And then, of course, as you do know, Andrew Young.
What was it called? What was the name of that war? It was like the 12-day war or something.
The 6-day war, 1967. And what had happened was, with the 6-day war, is that the nations of Egypt, Jordan, okay, I'm looking at it in my mind right now, okay.
Syria. Was Syria?
Yeah, Syria. Yeah. Okay. They said that they were dedicated to wiping Israel off the face of the earth.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then what had happened is that the Israelis had put out a SOS to the United States. Okay. And then what had happened was, that's what they call the 6-day war. Okay. And then Abdel Gamal Nasser, who was the president of Egypt, had a vice president by the name of Anwar Sadat. Okay. So then what had happened is that the Yom Kippur War went down in 1973. And what had happened is that old Tricky Dick Nixon, who had stated that he was going to back the Israelis, the Arabs had said, look, if you fuck around, you're going to find out that we'll cut off your goddamn oil supply. That was 1973. That was the Yom Kippur War. Now, then the president of Egypt at that time was Anwar Sadat. Okay, Anwar Sadat lost his brother in the Yom Kippur War. Okay, so then he was the first one to, wait a minute, let me make sure I got it right. 74, the gas crisis came, okay? Then that's when you had the Patty Hearst case. Then that's when you had old Tricky Dick with his days getting numbered and he resigned. So then what had happened was is that Sadat, I believe, had stated that he was going to make peace with the Israelis because he had lost his brother, who was an Air Force commander in the Yom Kippur War, who was shot down. Yep. So then you've seen the classic photograph of Jimmy Carter, Anwar Sadat, and Begin signing the, I believe, the Camp David Accords, right? Yeah. So then what had happened is in 1981, is that Anwar Sadat was assassinated.
Yeah.
Okay. And
under the Reagan administration.
During the Reagan administration. And then they had and Reagan had called on all the former presidents to attend the funeral of Anwar Sadat. And keep in mind, Reagan wasn't even in office a full year yet when this happened. Carter went, Gerald Ford went, and Tricky went, I believe, you know, to Anwar Sadat's funeral. Okay. So then, as you know, all the way up until when Carter died, he was called upon for his expert advice to all the other administrations after his term as president, because Carter was a nuclear physicist by trade. See, and I got more respect for Carter as the former president than I had for him as the president, because he did the Habitat for Humanity, and he had built some of the apartments out there in Oakland, and him and his wife, they were out there with tool belts, you know, cutting wood, putting in some work, you know what I mean? Which was a good thing.
He built homes here.
However,
in 2013.
He was everywhere. He was all across the country. And then, of course, too, as we all know, he died recently. You know, he hit a C note. You know, he made a C note. Okay, all righty. But the Yom Kippur War and what's been happening over there, man, you know, in the Middle East since 1948. Is because that's when you had your man Yasser Arafat, who started the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And then what happened with Yasser Arafat, that I think, because I do know that when the Israelis had went off in there into Palestine, that they was trying to kill Arafat. I know that. But then Arafat died, and you might want to pull some information up on Arafat. Okay. And then, so then what had happened, as you know, the United States, you know, they will sit up there and play both ends against the middle, is because the United States operate off of one form, and its economical system is called capitalism, greed. If you ever saw the movie Wall Street with Michael Douglas, where he made that classic line that greed is good. Say, and this is why I say fuck Smithsonian economics. You know, Adam Smith with the invisible hand. With the invisible hand, let capitalism do what it wants. And this is the invisible hand of where everybody will go out here and pursue their own self-interest, and this here would benefit the economy as a whole. And then, of course, as you know, where the gross national product is the total amount of money that is spent on goods and services in a society, generally for about a year. I mean, you could do a gross national product on a neighborhood. You could do the gross national product for a state. You could do it for a whole country. See, but the current situation that you got going on there with old boy with these tariffs has caused a chain reaction in the economy. You see what I mean? with these tariffs. You know, he's letting these prices go up. This is why you always have heard me in the last few days where I said, don't buy the shit. Let that shit sit up there on the shelf. Don't buy it. Just off the law of supply and demand, they're going to have to liquidate the inventory. But this bastard wants to go up here and seize all the farmland. You got Bill Gates buying farmland all across the country. Why? Yeah. Because they want to put them GMOs there. Say, if you get any kind of fruit or produce, if it does not have no seeds in it, then it is a GMO.
Exactly. All right, so there's like 9 more minutes left of this video, Shabaki.
Okay, and then I'm going to call it a night after this one now. Let's wait a minute. Hold it. Well, oh, yeah, Raven Symone, after we do Raven Symone. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let the chairman speak.
They had hopes that Russia would support them because of Jews who were in the leadership of the Soviet Union, of the Communist Party of Russia, like Trotsky, among others.
Yeah.
And it was Trotsky who exposed what they were doing with the Balfour Declaration.
Yep.
It was Trotsky who exposed the deal that they had made to divide up what's now called the Middle East. And that's where the Lebanon that people talks about today, that's where it's got its configuration. The Palestine people talk about today, this borders and configuration, where this is where it was created. Trotsky busted it up. He exposed it on the world stage and what have you. So they didn't get the support they thought they were going to get from Russia. But the Russians played an incredibly significant role. And because the Russians led this revolution that was not expected in Russia, the United States was part of several colonizer countries that invaded Russia. And they also included Japan, as well as other colonial powers. They actually literally invaded Russia. Russia had to fight for its life. And then after that, what they did was they did an economic quarantine in Russia to starve Russia to death and make sure the Russians did not have access to the kinds of resources needed for it to produce. But what the Russians did, they destroyed the whole feudal regime. They destroyed the rights and properties that the feudal overlords and landlords had. And then because they did that, they were able to change the lives of the people. They broke down the regulations that prohibited ordinary working people from being able to be officers in the military, to be able to go to school and get a certain kind of education, whatever. So you had temporarily rapid development inside Russia, despite the fact this economic quarantine kept Russia outside of the overall
what the Russians did,
global economy. And then,
like what they did to the Germans,
that was the basis of
just like what they did to Napoleon.
Yeah.
And what the Russians did, like, okay, when they were invaded by the Germans, just like when Napoleon tried to invade it from, when we heard that song, the 1812 Overture, okay, yeah. That there's when Napoleon tried to go after Moscow, and Hitler made the same fucking mistake going into Moscow. And the only thing that what the Russian people did is that they retreated further and further into Russia, and they just went on and let them severe winters take care of them.
Yeah, because they're in fucking Siberia.
Exactly. The same fucking mistake that Napoleon made, Hitler repeated.
Yep.
He went in there. He wanted to go attack Moscow. Okay. And the people, they burned everything and they retreated. They burned all the resources, man. They didn't even let wood there. Because they knew that when that winter comes in there, man, just like what you all got up there in that old mile-high income city and Rocky Mountains and shit. You saw what happened to me right there. So in that cold and in that snow, how the hell you gonna fight a war? And then on top of it, you taking metal pieces there in the snow, So what's happening is the colder it gets, the metal expands, all that shit that you're carrying, which is obsolete.
Yep. And it's even colder there, Shabaki.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Shit, yeah. It gets cold as hell in Russia.
About like 50, 60 below.
Yeah, right. You know, just like Montana. You can go 40 degrees below zero up there. Just like the Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm.
Go 30, 40 degrees below zero. And then, like I said, I stepped out there in your state on a bright, sunny day. Sunny as hell. Snow was on the ground. I went out there, man. I went outside 5 minutes. Sinuses all swollen up. And then it was brought to my attention, and they said to me, due to your West Coast ass living in that Southern California, it's sunny outside, but you know, man, it's 15 degrees below zero out there. And I said, no, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Get me back to the desert. Get me back to the West Coast. I need the sun. Well, there's plenty of sun out there. But I said, you all got that ice shit on the fucking ground. I hate being fucking cold. Shit, it's 58 degrees in Las Vegas right now, man, and I got to go put on a jacket and shit. Getting ready to turn the heat on.
It's 37 right now.
No, you all are real cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all some cool folks back there.
It's supposed to be in the 70s this week. Almost 80 degrees.
Well, that's going to melt all your snow. Yeah, you are in the springtime. You know, but where you're at, as you know, your weather system is on a collision course between the hot and the cold. You see what I mean? And that's why, and that's what brings thunder. It's the collision of cold air hitting hot air. Okay, and as you know, not getting off topic here with the chairman, is that King Shaka worshipped lightning and thunder. And from what I understand, the brother who told me from Azania is that's what the word Zulu means, lightning and thunder.
After this attack on Russia, the U.S. and the Western powers kept Russia isolated until the Second World Imperialist War. And the Second War, at a certain juncture, they came in and allowed Russia in the house. And under Stalin, and this was a place where they allowed Stalin to come in. The Russians actually crushed the Nazis, and subsequent to that, with the peace deal, they came up with what came to be known as the Atlanticist bloc.
Yep.
And this is the founding of the United Nations, the founding of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the founding of the World Bank, the founding of the international, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. That's all of these things controlled by the United States, by the way. This all pulled together as a part of the Atlanticist bloc. And then when Trump got elected, before he got elected, and this is what makes this thing so tenuous about Black people in the Democratic Party, or either of these parties for that matter. Before he got elected, the Democrats had been perceived as the party of peace and the party of the working class and what have you. And Trump came out of the boat attacking the Atlanticist bloc. He didn't say this is what I'm attacking. He said I'm attacking NATO, attacking the United Nations, I'm attacking the whole trade relations structures that's set up because America is being chunked and played. That was his logic and what have you. And so he came out saying he was against all of these nation building wars, etc. He came out as the anti-war president. And then you look at the convention of the Democratic Party, they had generals, they came out warmongering, and they're the ones who are fighting for war. And so now you've got this situation that people ignore the fact that elections in this country and most of the world that's been influenced by this country are simply nonviolent contests for control of the state by different sectors of the bourgeoisie. This is the thing that keeps the system stable. They got this nonviolent contest where you got this economic interest and I got this economic interest, and we can fight over it without having to go to blows. We don't have to have the war in order to do it. And the same thing is true without the whole world, because they created the United Nations. So they have a parliamentary process where we can dominate the world without having to go to war. We can control it. We can rig it so that Security Council, which is only the bourgeois, the colonial powers, can veto anything that the masses of people in the General Assembly try to do. This was the setup that they had. And this was something that Trump proved a disaster for. It's not because Trump is necessarily a nice guy or anything like that. He's sympathetic with the interests of all the peoples around the world. He wanted to get a piece of the Russia and the resources in Russia, and he connected with other people who had this. These were hungry capitalists on the make who wanted to get a piece of the action. Look at who, when Trump was elected, his campaign manager was arrested and I think in prison on the same charge that they charged us with. And others who were close to Trump, they were all in prison. Many of them folded and punked out and quit and surrendered and pled guilty on these ridiculous charges and what have you. But it was all connected to Russia. And this is one of the reasons that the Clinton was opposed to it, because only it gave greater influence to Russia. It has disrupted the whole Atlantic Charter, busted that up. That's what they keep talking about for the last 75 years or 80 years. This is the way we used to do stuff. Yeah, you used to do stuff like that, but it's all gone. It's not happening anymore. So it's not to say that it's been done for us. It hasn't been.
Nope.
What it is to say is that we have to chart our own course, and we have to have a capacity to carry out our own course. And this is why the Uhuru movement is under attack, and this is what I'm talking to you about and want to talk to you about. I want you also to donate to the uhurus.com/donate now, but also there are things that we do. We say that we can chart our own course, that we don't have to rely on the Democrats or the Republicans, that we can rely on ourselves. This is why we want you to come and participate in the Black is Back Coalition electoral school that's going to be happening soon with the 12th and 13th of this month. This is why we want you to participate in these discussions, because it's more than discussions. How do we change the world so that it benefits, it facilitates the interests of Africans and the oppressed peoples of the world, as opposed to being on this thing with Trump and Kamala Harris and Biden and the Democratic Party. And we know that this is what you want too. This is why Harris lost the election. People were tired of the same old setup. This is why even Walmart socialist Bernie Sanders, I call him a Walmart socialist because his socialism is so fake. You know, his socialism was one that also had no unity with the reparations demand, which means it had no unity with the struggle against colonialism. His socialism was one that you can get $12 an hour over after a number of years and what have you. Yeah, well, Walmart's doing that already. And so it's a Walmart socialism, Bernie Sanders, etc. But they do not unite with the struggle of colonized people that's going to change the world. This is what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to take a stance, asking you to join with us in making this stand. Join with the African People's Socialist Party. Join with the Uhuru movement. Join with the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And again, we're calling on you to donate to Uhuru Tours, uhurutours.com/.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat.
All right, what are your thoughts on what the good chairman just laid out for us?
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely. He's pretty much right in everything that he says. Okay. Now, the thing is that you have to understand about this, and correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Well, first place, man, fuck Smithsonian economics. I'm talking about Adam Smith, the invisible hand theory, where he says let greed be the motive, and this here will bring about you know, the wealth distribution and distribution for essential goods and services. Okay. All right. Now, what the chairman is talking about right there with the Marxist doctrine is that everything, you know, should be controlled by the people or by the state, and you should have some type of equitable wealth distribution. But you got to understand, the science of economics is like brain surgery. Do you see what I mean? It's very, very complicated because you have microeconomics and you have macroeconomics. You see what I mean? Okay, so I appreciate what the chairman is doing, and I appreciate, you know, he's standing up for what he's believing in. But me personally, on this, I would have to say I would have to get more information and see what his objectives are and how is this going to upgrade the quality of our lives as African peoples. You see what I mean? Because let's be real, okay? As Dr. Ani just told us about the Maafa, you see, which is a disaster so bad it's beyond description. And with this orange dude, man, doing this bullshit that he is currently doing today, that is definitely a case of the Maafa. Because what he is doing is so terrible and so horrible, it is beyond description.
Yeah, but the dump didn't come at them. Biden and Harris came at him.
Yeah, well, this is true. Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. Now, this is true. Now, here's the irony of the situation to prove your point. He's in Florida. Our girl is in Florida. And Dump is in Florida playing golf as the world's economy crumbles. You see? But they don't have enough Democrats, you see what I'm saying, to impeach this bastard. You see what I'm saying? Because he's got it on lock. You see? So therefore, old minstrel Cory Booker with his buck dancing shit putting up there, man, I had to laugh at that idiot. He was just like what James Brown said. He was talking loud and saying nothing.
Nothing. For 25 hours.
For 25 hours. So you know he had him some stash somewhere, man, to stay up that damn long.
Right.
Yeah, you know, they should take a urinalysis from him after he finished just to see what the hell he was on. All right. That fool looked lit for real. Who knows? He might have went and saw Hunter Biden, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he probably did. So moving on, the Black farmer says DEI policy humiliates red state Trump farmers.
Okay. And then we're going to talk about Raven Symone after that?
Reparations in California. Then Raven Symone.
Okay.
So Sister Vicky is going to give us an update on this.
Okay. Because I'm at the 4-hour mark with you now.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give the video a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. Thank you so much, family. Now, in times past, I have done broadcasts on Mr. John Boyd Jr. Some of you may have heard of him. He is at the helm of the National Black Farmers Association, I should say, Dr.
Oh, yeah. They had him on mainstream media a couple of days ago.
I discussed him even before the last presidential election because I highlighted the fact that it appeared that the Democrat Party and Joe Biden and the rest of them were basically using him and the other Black farmers as a huge bargaining chip, really ransom, to ensure that they would agree to basically vote for the Democrats in order to release monies that were already due to them. Yes. Just as a brief reminder here, I'm reading from this piece from the Brookings. It says, in July 2024, the National Black Farmers Association, helmed by President John Boyd Jr., secured a $2.2 billion payout for discrimination in farm lending by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA. The victory is historic. It marks official acknowledgement and restitution for Black farmers who for generations have faced unrelenting discrimination in the farming industry. On February 20th, it talks about a celebration that they were doing in reference to him. So this was the reason why they were covering that. But I just want to give you a little background on that using an official article. But I want you all to know, baby, this ain't no handout. They intentionally, for many, many, many generations, discriminated against Black farmers. Yes? And so our brother is a 4th generation Black farmer. Well, he was recently doing an interview with, believe it or not, Don Lemon, which we, of course, give him the everlasting word. But I've been discussing the Black farmers for a long time now. Nevertheless, on a social media platform, Don Lemon did this brief clip with him, and I want to show you this brief clip. Watch this.
What does that mean for farmers in general? You said they're the first in line. You mean the first in line to be affected negatively by these tariffs?
First in line to be affected negatively, excuse me, Don, and the very first people that the president took aim at was his base in all of these red states. I want to be very clear. These are people that had pasteboard signs out here in southern part of Virginia with Trump. These farmers held rallies and meetings on their farms, and he went after them quickly and used them as a ploy, a bargaining ploy with these other countries, not even taking into effect of what he would be causing them and their farming operation. Don, if you don't get farm operating loans and you have poor price commodities on corn, wheat, and soybeans, you wind up in foreclosure or on an auction block. So the president said in his speech, it's going to be a few bumps in the road and just give him a little time. Farmers don't have time. Now, we have the beginning of planting season, which is right now, and then we have harvest. We have to get those 2 times correct, and there's very little margin of error for planting season. And farmers don't have operating loans in place because the government has frozen programs at USDA. They came right in, Don, this president did, and fired everybody at USDA that had anything to do with equity, DEI. All those people went on day one. Totally erasing 4 decades of work that I put into getting those positions there at USDA. He came right in without the involvement of Congress and totally sent all those people home with some nasty email and a one-pager.
Okay, family, did you see there where he talked about his white colleagues in red states, even in Virginia, that held up placards and held rallies on their farms for Trump? He said they was the first ones that Trump went for. Now, this is not a funny thing here, but let me tell y'all something. Karma is real. Now, Trump and his chaotic, funny-looking self that's causing chaos all over the planet. Let me tell y'all something. This is what we try to remind, white people about. Baby, it doesn't matter even when you feel like that you are allying with each other. And even whatever your reasons are, it's never going to work when you ultimately go against Black folks. I know it seems like it's been working for a long time now. But as the divine prophets and mystics have said, and prophetesses have said for long ago, your time is coming. Your time is coming. I want to remind you, and of course, I love to read from this very short mini book called How White Folks Got So Rich. One of the things it specifically talks about here, this book, it talks about how our oppression was codified in law over many generations, from chattel slavery up into present time. Do you understand? This ain't no chit-chat and speculation. This is not Black folks bragging about the injustice done to us. We can prove it in unlimited time through systems and institutions, policies, and culture. Most of the rest of y'all can't do that. Well, here on page 72, the section is titled Farmers Home Administration, known as the FHA. Listen, just very quickly. At the end of the legal slavery in 1865, Blacks were concentrated in the agricultural sector of America. They were more likely than whites to own farms, though held less acreage and had poorer quality tracts of land. Despite this reality, the Farmers Home Administration, the FHA, was set up in 1930 to give loans and subsidies to white farmers. You heard that right. That's what to sustain and maintain their operations. Talk about DEI. To achieve this unstated racist purpose, the FHA allowed local whites to operate the program, and they, not the federal government, decided who would get those critical benefits. As a result, Black-owned farms unable to compete with well-subsidized and well-financed white farms. Somebody say that's DEI for white people. That's always been the case. Fell dramatically. Black farms fell dramatically from 900,000, almost 1 million in 1930 to 682 in 1939. Many of the whites used the government money. I'm going to say that again. Many of the whites use government money. Somebody say welfare for white people. Somebody say a type of socialism.
Welfare.
Many of the whites use the government money to modernize by buying tractors and evicting black sharecroppers. Y'all hear that? Congress amended the law to say that half the money should go to those tenant farmers.
My great-grandparents was sharecroppers.
Wow.
But the white landholders simply stole the farmers' payments, claiming, if asked, that debts were owed. In 1964, a study found that every program, somebody say every program administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, so many of y'all know that's the USDA that Mr. John Boyd just a few days ago is still talking about. Do y'all see how all this is still connected?
Yep.
No matter how many decades or generations ago. Watch this. A 1964, what did I say? Study found that every program administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture was rife with racial discrimination. The federal loans from the USDA were used by local white administrators to retaliate against black farmers for their support of civil rights efforts or for simply voting or attempting to vote. Just before his deletion, I'm going to say, they used another word, by the United States government, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King had shifted his focus from a social and political agenda to the acquisition of land. In 1968, he spoke at a rural Mississippi church and put land front and center. I love to talk about this quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, family. I will quickly read it here. This is a direct quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. Are y'all listening? At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today, many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm. And they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstrap. This is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this Poor People's Campaign, that's Poor People's in parentheses, we're coming to get our check. I hit the gavel on that because some of you all love to talk about Dr. King, but you don't want to talk about what he said, most importantly, and especially the last few years of his life and his greatest works that he's known for. He said we was going to Washington, we marched on Washington to get our check. And he was talking about tangibles. Yep. And why am I bringing this up now? White people, they ain't gonna never pay to go against us. I know y'all said that was a long time ago, but look what's happening now. With your pro Make America Great. MAGA president. I'm not saying it's right, but it's never going to work for you when you go against us. I can't wait to see what y'all have to say about it below. My name is Vicky Dilla Beloved. Be sure to check out my website at VickyPlanet.com. I have a
we need a website, brother Check.
Yeah.
We need a website.
We did have a website, Shabaka. We lost the domain to it.
Oh shit. All right. Okay, remind me, man, later on this week, man, you and I got to have a conference to see of how we can get one back to get our own fucking domain. You see? Yeah. And that there might be a way where we could start charging for some advertisement on it, too. Because I'm figuring out ways, man, of how we could generate revenue, you see? And particularly with this orange bastard up here doing this psychotic shit that he's doing.
Yeah,
he's crazy.
It backfired on them crackers. There was a support of him and everything.
Yeah, man, from Las Vegas, man, to Boston, man. I saw on the Idiot Box, man. These people is out in mass. I mean, white folks is out in mass against this dude. You see, but the Democrats don't have the juice in the Congress to impeach his ass. So what this bastard did doing on Sleepy Joe, while Sleepy Joe was sleeping for 4 years, Donald Trump, he was up there contemplating. Who knows how long him and Stinky Bird, man, was doing this shit, man, before he even announced Stinky Bird would be up there, him and Little Stink,
Yeah. And now he about to give him the boot.
Well, the damage is already done. Now, what I mean by this, with him signing all these damn executive orders, for all practical purposes, dismantling the government, right? Donald Trump ain't gonna be worried about no motherfucking groceries.
Nope.
Donald Trump ain't gonna be worried about a place to live. He's out playing golf.
Yep. While the economy is crashing.
Yeah, and he's out playing golf. So it seems to me that these repubs whose heads he bumped, you see what I'm saying, which is old South Central LA term, getting your head bumped, meaning that you've been bullshitted, you've been hoodwinked, you've been bamboozled, you see what I'm saying? You've been laid astray. You see what I mean? You know, all the tariffs on you winos out there. You see what I'm saying? All the drunks. You see what I'm saying? Man, I gotta go get Shorty out of jail, man. I'm trying to get a short dog. Now, the short dog, where you used to get your damn rot gut wine, your Boone's Farm, Ripple, shit like that.
Yeah.
Instead of you paying $2 for the motherfucker, now you're gonna have to come up with $6 for it. For rot gut.
Wow.
Rot gut. In fact, that's the new term I'm gonna start calling the orange dude. Rot gut.
All right, Shabaka, let's get to reparations in California, in LA to be exact.
All right, what's happening in the hometown?
In the half-point underdog. Nope.
That's what Freedman Friday is here for. We do it every Friday around this time, and I'm being joined right now by an attorney and activist who has been quite vocal in the fight for reparations and other issues specifically impacting Black folks. She's a graduate of Howard University School of Law, a graduate of UC Berkeley. She's worked in the private practice as a corporate attorney, an entertainment lawyer, and a real estate and program attorney. I'm going to resist the urge to ask about tariffs and other things because this is Freedman Friday. Cheryce Cryer, good morning.
Good morning, Dominique. How are you today?
I am blessed. How are you doing?
The same. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on. You know, this is one of those I have good news and I have bad news kind of days for reparations, is it not?
First, the bad news.
Every day is a good day for reparations, so I think we're going to talk about...
Good answer.
I think it's all good news. You know, some surprising revelations, but I think it's all good.
When you say surprising revelations, what are you referring to?
Of course, Bill Staley being appointed temporary U.S. attorney. That was a surprise.
Yeah, I kind of thought you might be, but I didn't want to assume. So for people that don't follow along, Bill Staley is the Republican member of the California Congress who has carried a bill after seemingly
State Assembly, honey.
Seemingly confronting Assembly Member Isaac Bryan, and was carrying a bill for a reparations bureau agency. I always mix up the two. One is an agency, one is a bureau. And he's now been appointed by the Trump administration. He's actually in the job now to be U.S. attorney for this region. What does that mean from your perspective? And, you know, putting your legal hat on as well for this bill and for Mr. Staley.
Well, for Mr. Staley, you know, that's probably what he was aspiring to anyway. But I think for the bill, I would say for reparations in general, especially in California, I think that it shines a spotlight with Republicans on what we're trying to do, that reparations is a nonpartisan issue. The Bureau, the agency, that's also a nonpartisan issue. But now we have a friend and not a foe in the Trump administration. So I think that bodes well for the reparations movement and reparations.
Wow, that's a really interesting take. I feel like he used us to get more note. He met with Trump and his sons before the election, and then I mean, I know he's saying that he's going to get someone else to carry this bill, but a friend in the Trump administration, really? But his job has nothing to do with legislation or carrying anything like that. And to be honest, his public statements haven't indicated a real support for what we think of as reparations, like a check, real change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get that, but I think my position has always been that we don't actually need him or one person to actually get what we want. It's a collective effort, and at the end of the day, this is a God-led movement, and God has the final say. And I'm believing that God is going to come through. I'm not relying on one person. Because if I did, we tried to rely on the CLBC and Governor Newsom, and we were severely disappointed. And I don't have any high hopes.
The hell was supposed to? What was to be expected by that
really
crook?
CLBC. So,
well, I mean, from anyone then. I mean, okay, so we have time to talk about that. But I agree with you. I think it's a God-led movement and a people-led movement. And we know that there would be no anything. There would have been no task force, no nothing if it wasn't for activists on the ground like you and, people normalizing it, talking about it, yelling for it. So we know that. I'm not deluded about it being. I don't think we were really even relying on the governor. I wasn't thinking, even if the CLBC had put that stuff on his desk, which surely it was their job to do, I wasn't like counting on him signing it.
Right.
Yeah, but that said, I feel like, to me, have you heard anything about who is? He said he has someone to carry the bill. Who that is, or any concrete steps toward that actually happening from Bill O'Saley?
I don't want to say. So I know with U.S. attorneys, I had a acquaintance that worked in the last administration, not the last Trump administration, but worked with the DOJ under the Biden administration. There are very strict rules, and there's some people who are following rules and some who aren't. But there are very strict rules about interference with jobs or positions that are not under the purview of the U.S. Attorney's Office. So they're not supposed to provide the appearance that they are biased in any political way. So I said all that to say I have not heard from Bill O'Saley's office or Bill O'Saley himself who that person is. I suspect who could carry that mantle, who might be interested in picking it up. I have not been able to confirm. We'll see what happens. And then I think you mentioned it last week on Freedman Friday, or it was 2 weeks ago when you had Erica on, a potential merging of at least the two agency bills. I would love to see that, and I believe Akiva Weber alluded to that in the Cal Matters article that she was quoted in, because she did say that she would be willing to work with anyone. This is a nonpartisan issue, and I'm just kind of summarizing what she said. But
yeah,
I think it's possible that the ideologies could merge, maybe the bills could merge somehow. But if not, I don't see that it would be too controversial for another Republican in the legislature to pick it up. It's just, who's that going to be?
I mean, the fact is that bills merge all the time, right? On the national level and on the state level. So that's not impossible. And to me, that would seems like a best case scenario, because theoretically you would have more support for it.
Right. But we still have to talk about SB 437, which you've called a poison pill. And I think that bill is a hindrance to any of the reparations related CLBC bills, because that study is it's a companion bill. You have to do the study first, and it also gives the governor an out if he decides that the other CLBC bills are a little too controversial, or
Yeah. Well, I think we definitely need to talk about that, because it's confusing. But I think, wherever you are on the politics of California reparations, we can't get in a position where no matter what we put out there, it's going to be indefinitely delayed, and this seems to have the potential to do that.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll unpack that a little bit more when we continue. I think that, you know, you said you don't have high hopes. If for those who missed it, me and Chris Lodgson were in a very heated conversation about this on a Freedman Friday a few weeks ago. If you want to go back, you can get it wherever you get your podcast. It's actually pretty wild and, you know, entertaining for sure. but this idea that people have hope that a Republican can pass a bill. I mean, any bill. You know, forget about reparations, like a dog catcher bill, because Dems have a super majority in the state, seemed to me to be a strategic misstep.
So again, this is a nonpartisan issue, and I'm relying on God. If you talk to some of the other reparationists that I interact with, that is what I lead with. And I expect God to do big things, and I expect a miracle. And whether that miracle is a Republican is going to pass the first reparations type bill in the state of California, or it's going to come through executive order, or we're all going to join hands somehow in the Black community and get the bill passed to the governor's desk with no study, no delays. However it happens, you know, God is going to decide, or God knows how that's going to happen. So I'm not looking.
The reason I laughed was not because I think you're wrong. I laughed because I love how you just are so firm in your vision. And, you know, I'm not mad at that at all. I think that is what it's going to take to make any progress in reparations, is unwavering conviction and vision. So that's why I was chuckling, not because I disagreed or I was clowning what you said, but because you're so clear and obviously have thought this through in many different ways. We are going to talk about the so-called study bill and what the strategy is, because I know that even with little faith in the CLBC, there still has to be strategy and pressure. So we'll look at that and more when we come forward on KBLA Talk 1580.
She's reclaiming her time on KBLA Talk 1580. More First Things First with Dominic DePrima when we come forward.
You are welcome into the conversation. 800-920-1580. 800-920-1580. That is the number to call. In case you've been under a rock, don't pay attention to reparations in general.
Yeah.
The California Legislative Black Caucus was meant to push forward several bills last August at the end of the legislative session. They failed to bring their own bills, several of their own bills to the floor. I would argue the most important ones. And that has caused some incredible clapback from the people, some repercussions. They did introduce a new package of bills. Actually, before the legislative session even started, Assemblymember Isaac Bryan put forth a bill around university admissions. And a lot of grassroots organizers here in LA, and even, of course, Chris Lodgson in Sacramento, do not like that bill. We're on agree to disagree on that. I think it's a good thing. I don't know if you want to weigh in on that, Attorney Cryer.
I think it's trash.
But it's a package of bills, and you're saying that overall you don't have a lot of hope.
Well, first, they changed the name from reparations to the road to repair, which that signals to me that they are scared of using the term reparations, just like a lot of people now in California, especially, which I'm surprised about because we're supposed to be so liberal. We are scared to use the word Black, and I'm not scared to use the word Black with a capital B.
Right.
I always put a capital B. It needs a capital B.
Yeah. this capital B, the term POC, people of color, BIPOC. I don't use any of that because I feel like that
No, that's
whitewashes
bullshit right
washes
there.
out
No, that's
our
exactly what it
cause
is.
claims.
I mean, I know a lot of people feel that way. I use BIPOC when I mean BIPOC. I use black when I mean black.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like I call an elephant and a giraffe a giraffe. Like, yeah, but your point is taken.
So, you know, not to go off on a tangent, but if we're going to talk about reparations, let's make it reparations. So that was the first issue, is that they're calling it the road to repair. I'm not shying away from using reparations because no other group does. So why should we? Right. That's number one. Number two, I believe Isaac Bryant's bill, Assemblymember Isaac Bryant's bill, gives priority admission to only the UC system, which is weird to me. Why not? If you're going to do the entire, California education system. But that was not one of the recommendations of the California Task Force.
Right.
Well, I mean, they recommend access to education. They recommend educational measures to close the gap, the opportunity gap.
For cash payments for tuition. Like, what am I? So if I had a kid, why would anyone? So this is bad precedent. There's no precedent for what they're trying to do.
Right.
That's first of all. Second of all, with the
well, but really, there's no precedent for any of this. I mean, I guess there is. There's precedent for reparations. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And there is one for a Freedmen's Bureau for sure, or agency, whichever we decide to call it. But I mean, I'm just saying, there's a lot of things. Right. There was no precedent for
priority
Evanston.
Admission. That is not again, that was not one of the recommendations. But if say this bill, in whatever universe it does pass, how are they supposed to pay for it? So we get priority admission for what? I mean, and how does that help me? I graduated from UC Berkeley in 2002. So
yeah, I mean, but not every measure is going to help every person, doesn't it? Let me ask you to speak on it from a legal perspective. Wouldn't this provide a precedent for the Lineage model? I mean, we know it will get challenged in court if it does, like you say, by a miracle pass.
If it does by miracle pass, it's going to get challenged in court,
right?
And I think it's a waste of California's resources to try to defend something like this, when we could say instead have tuition payments or tuition forgiveness. Something that has precedent, that you could say, even if it does get challenged in court, you could say motion to dismiss because we have precedent for this. But just to make a novel argument on something that you don't have legs to stand on, I don't even think Isaac really believes that in this bill. What I think that when I look at the road to repair package, what I see are a lot of bills that don't have any dollar amount tied to them. And I am offended that my legislative Black caucus is not bold enough to stand up to ask for funds for my community, because I want to talk about what they are supporting with the Latino caucus are two other bills that have money and funding written into, or the request for money and funding written into their bills. And those bills, one is for a Latino commission, a statewide Latino commission. The other one is for a immigrant and refugee bureau. There is no study attached to either one of those bills. Now, if I'm the legislature, I would be careful in this climate about having inconsistencies for different Latino
Yeah, I agree with that. I haven't looked at those bills. I mean, I can't really weigh in on that because I haven't looked at those Latino bills, and I know that's always an issue of comparison for me. Whether he believes or he doesn't believe, that's a judgment call, and it seems like folks are, just mad. Disproportionately mad at Assemblymember Bryan, which is interesting because he's the only one that showed up to the town hall, the only one that showed up to Face the Music on this show in person, et cetera, et cetera. But however you feel about him, my thing is, wouldn't it whether you like the bill or not like the bill, if it holds up, wouldn't that be a precedent for the lineage model, as far as the courts now recognize this in the modern era as a protected group, as a specific harmed group that therefore, you know, could be applied to other kinds of reparations models, whether it's a check or whatever other things we're able to accomplish.
Goddamn check.
That is again, that bill has no funding tied to it.
Shit, give me some fucking
no
land.
money. And so that for me, that's not reparations. I think when you're talking about precedent and setting a standard for the lineage model, it could be a way to get in, but there would also I'm not sure if his bill has been amended, but when I first read it, it said descendants would have priority admission. Now, the interesting thing is during the pandemic, I sat on a virtual panel for Prop 16 with Assembly Member Isaac Bryan before he became an Assembly member. So he knows full well the issues with affirmative action, if you want to call it that, because that's what the bill looks like to me when you talk about priority admission. It looks like affirmative action, and Prop 16 got so much
well, I disagree with that, because that would mean it would be open to everybody. This is only open to descendants of, you know.
No, his original bill said descendants. So, or I should say descendants of slaves, I believe, or slavery. It wasn't specified whether it was American chattel slavery. So maybe he's updated the bill since then, but it was not specific enough. But if you don't have a mechanism to determine who that community of people are, then the bill is, it's just a futile effort. So I'm not sure. That was the very first bill I saw that was introduced by the CLBC that was supposed to be tackling the reparations task force. So there was no introduction of a bureau bill at the time. So I'm just not sure what their strategy was. If they were just trying to throw something to the wall to see what would stick. They wanted to shut us up or say, see, haha, we are working on something. I don't know, but it seems to me that it just wasn't well thought out. But the issue is when you're not working with the people who actually have come up with the policies that you are trying to tackle, then you have a problem. And I've called all of their offices. We were at the Capitol in January. And I follow a lot of them on social media, and I see that they're meeting with constituents because they're taking pictures with them, and their offices are posting them. So why? And I have not seen them meet with any Black constituents.
Well, to be fair, Isaac Bryan met with Chris for 2 hours, Chris Lodgson. So that's a Black constituent right there. But I don't want to turn this into a referendum on that. I'm interested in where we are. So you're definitely with Chris and others and not supporting that particular bill. We're up against.
I don't know why she keep defending that motherfucker, Isaac Bryan. Fuck Isaac Bryan. That's the one that stood in the
exactly.
Of reparations last year. And Dominic Floyd sitting up here fucking defending him.
Yeah.
News, traffic, and sports. I want to
down there, man, in Texas, talking about he was against the reparations, man, and these brain dead motherfuckers, man, they're dangerous. Now, why they're dangerous? They're dangerous is because they're either on puppet strings or they're too fucking stupid to realize that 2 + 2 = 4.
Right.
Pivot to SB 437. We only have 30 seconds. You want to tee up what it is, and we'll dive deeper on the other side.
It's a delay tactic, and I think it's a money funneling operation. And I'll leave it at that.
Ooh, that's a good tease. A money funneling operation inside of a proposed reparations or repair bill. Attorney Cheryce Cryer, Dominique DePrima, Freedmen Friday on KBLA Talk. Not mad at people for changing names right now. Nobody wants to say DEI. There's the Trump administration's put out a list of words you're not allowed to say, which includes women. You're not supposed to say women, for example. So I can, and everyone's running scared. Not everyone, but a lot of people. So I get that.
Not
more
Bill
reason.
He sure ran the heck out the legislature and left us hanging, looking like making some folks look a wee bit naive. But that's another conversation. Why is he is basically a political provocateur? Of course he's not scared. He's under the MAGA umbrella. Why wouldn't he be scared?
His ass, you know?
I'm just saying, there are people who, again, I'm not scared to say Black with a capital B, and I think it speaks to I don't want to say the unseriousness, but I just feel like being bold, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying reparations and addressing the harm.
Hey, I'm with you. I mean, I'm with you, obviously, or I would have resigned my job because, I've got to be on a most wanted radio host list somewhere. I say reparations every chance I get. Like as Paul Mooney used to say, it makes my teeth whiter. So I'm with you, but I'm just saying I understand it. But anyway, that's a whole list of proposed bills.
Right.
And one of them is 437, which is which is a study. It gives the California State University system $6 million to decide who is eligible. Is that a fair assessment or summary?
Yes, it's a study of genealogy. But the question is, number one, why did they choose, or why did the governor choose, because apparently this is his bill, why did the governor choose the Cal State University system and not the UC? Why isn't it spread across all of the California education system? Why not the community colleges? Why not?
I mean, that doesn't seem weird to me. Usually when people find an academic partner, they usually go with one because you want to, you want to streamline, but I don't know, maybe there is something suspect there. I haven't looked into it. To me, what seems most problematic is what you pointed out earlier, is that there's no sunset on this. And so they can study for another 100 years. And nothing else, it appears nothing else moves forward until the study is completed, right?
Right.
Exactly.
And that's the issue I did bring up with those members of the education committee who voted yes to 437 ahead.
Businesses, to get us that economical
the author,
flex.
Dr. Q. Weber Pearson, did acknowledge that she would update the bill. I have not seen where there's an update where there's going to be a beginning and an end, but the Cal State can always come back and ask for more money. The $6 million, again, I don't have a problem with working with the Cal State or the California school system, because I'm a product of and I love college. I got a great education, so shout out to California public schools. But again, why specifically the Cal State? Because it looks like they're having some budget issues right now.
Yeah. I'll say, and not to mention political issues being targeted by Washington. The couldn't that bill be not? I mean, that bill could be not supported, and other bills in their lineup, including ACA 6, which would prohibit slavery in all forms and different things like that. Right. Couldn't we support the agency bill, support ACA 6, and not support 437? I mean, that seems like the most sensible way forward.
I think that's a great idea, but talking to my own representative's office, and I think I reached out to Tina McKenna's office as well, the bill that she has for the down payment assistance, all of those bills now have to be amended if they haven't already been, to be contingent upon 437. So that's problematic because they have not defined.
So that means if 437 doesn't pass, they become null and void?
So I talked with someone about that yesterday. I think they can amend the bills toward the end of the legislative session. It really depends on the progress of 437. And it looks like 437 is moving along. SB 518, which is the other bureau bill, I think it's moved return to the judiciary. I'm not sure. That bill does not look like it's moving as fast, but I believe the intent was to make all of the CLBC's bills contingent upon 437 because they don't actually they have not defined who the class of eligibility is. They want to study that. They made that very clear, especially at their press conference.
Now they foot
that
dragging on
bill.
shit.
Dr. Weber doubled down on that during the hearing for SB 437, and she also misstated the task force report, even though she had it in her hand, and said that it required a genealogy study. It requires a genealogy department under the bureau, and I really hit hard on those who voted yes on the bill to move it to the next committee, because I'm like, you didn't read what she quoted. You didn't read the task force report at all. You're just passing bills based on party line, which is not that's not what we sent you to Sacramento to do.
There's a study.
I'm not paying taxes. I'm not voting for you.
Yeah, but they're going to foot drag the study. So that's California politics.
And I believe you had a representative on your show last week who voted yes. She was the chair of the education committee, and her excuse.
They already did the study though, Shabaka. So they just...
Yeah, that's what I mean by foot dragging, Brother Che. They already did the study. They know they owe the shit. Now, what they're doing is they're trying to find every reason why not to get it. So they're going to get a bunch of these hand-picked, ass-scratching, Jesse Peterson kind of motherfuckers, or Bakari sellers, Van Jones type of Negroes. You see what I'm saying? The foot drag the shit. See, that's what they're doing, but stay on their helmet.
I believe in a scientific method. You don't believe in a scientific method to determine who's an immigrant or a refugee. But when it comes to the descendant community, we got to have all the jump.
That's apples and oranges, though, because if you came across the border, we can see it. It's in real time right now. You're a migrant. There are Black people in this country that are not descendants. You know that.
I have documentation. No, I have documentation too. And when I asked my representative, how do you determine who is an immigrant and refugee? I think a lot of people do. And so this notion that we don't know our history, because someone said that to me yesterday who's not in the community. How do you guys determine that you're a freedman? And I had to explain it to her because she was under the impression that it was hard or impossible, because that's what mainstream media tells America. That is a white supremacist viewpoint that we don't know or we cannot find our history. It's 2025. So for anyone to make that excuse,
I mean, clearly there are some, but most of us can. Yeah. Clearly there are some, if you escaped your enslavement and went into a maroon community and came out, if you escaped and changed your name so as not to be found. I mean, there are cases, but clearly, to your point, most of us, you can get the census, you have family, documents, there's pictures. In my case, I have a photograph.
Right. We already have this information. Like, it's just freaking stalling tactics. Like,
that's not what it is, Brother Che. That's California politics for you. They like to get.
All you got to do is trace your lineage back to the South. If you can trace your lineage to any of the southern states, going all the way back to 1870, you're a goddamn freedman, and you're eligible for the damn reparations.
Yeah, you're a descendant of slaves in this country. You see what I'm saying?
Otherwise known as free.
Yeah, you see, and cut the goddamn check. You got the fucking money to do it. But like I said, Brother Che, now if the state of California, right, if they want to sit up there and foot drag this shit, you know what will impress the fuck out of me? If somebody up there in that California State Assembly says, you know what, check this out. Go jack up Hollywood for the reparations money. They got it. That stupid ass shit that they make, man, and where they constantly getting paid and got motherfuckers to pay for TV right now, tax their stinking asses on it.
Them, Silicon Game Valley, all that.
Them too.
They literally have trillions. California alone, GDP is in the trillions of dollars.
Exactly.
Yeah, clearly that is
domestic
a
product.
narrative
Yes,
that
sir,
is
you are
not
absolutely
based
correct.
on
And jack up
the reality of
Silicon
where we
Game
are
Valley
now.
for it.
I want to go to
Because
the
look at
phone. We
this
got Carolyn
bullshit
calling
they
us
put
from
out
Long
here
Beach.
about
Carolyn,
us.
may have to
Okay, she's going to the phone lines now. So somebody called in from Long Beach. Shout out to Long Beach.
tee up your
Yeah, the
question and then keep
LBC.
it pushing and answer on the other side. Hi, Carolyn.
Hi, good morning, Dominique and Attorney Cryer. Like you, I mention reparations on a daily basis, and it's really because of the advocacy of CJEC, the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. They're the ones that brought Cali reparations to my attention because of their work with Dr. Shirley Weber, who authored the task force bill. And so I've been following along, like really engaged in the whole process, understanding the process because I've worked on other bills before that have passed. One in particular was the health care bill and the affordable health care bill. And I watched how that passed and I watched how the community worked with that bill. So I understand what it looked like. So during the process, when we got to the end and what happened in August happened, I was shocked and amazed. So I just keep closely looking at it. And my comments about the study bill, the SB 437. So this is a study bill to study genealogy, and you had mentioned, what
Okay,
the bill
I had asked you to tee up the question, so I gotta keep it pushing. But can you stay with us? Because I want to give you time to land here.
Okay, all righty.
Yeah, it's because it's more of a statement than a question. I thought you had a question for Attorney Cryer, but I want to definitely complete your statement when we come forward on KBLA Talk 1580.
More of First Things First with Dominique DePrima when we come forward.
For all of us, this generation and the next.
For themselves.
Yes, she said it in the beginning.
I probably have to look at the playback to get it. Because, I'll call up her show if she have me. And then I'll call you up and patch you in as well, too, because I got a whole earful for them.
Right. Well, like it says, weekdays, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
No, damn, she on the morning shift shit. Okay.
So I usually get like the tail end of her shows.
Okay. Yeah, well, that'll be 8. Wait a minute. That'll be 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. your time. Now, if you get a tail end of her show and then and you call her, man, please call me at the same time.
Okay.
And patch me in, because I could tell her a whole lot of shit. The cold part about it is I might boost her damn ratings. And then quite natural, of course, we're going to mention Frontline Black News.
Right.
You see what I mean? And then on top of it as well, too, you have to keep in mind is that when they was doing all the redlining there in California, that there was just a fancy way of segregation again, particularly in Los Angeles. I mean, the first goddamn thing I would say to her, tell me something. You have a USC graduate in architecture by the name of Paul Williams, who designed the Beverly Hilton Hotel, who designed homes for Frank Sinatra and Lucille Ball, and this man could not even go into the damn community prior to 1964.
Yep.
And then not to mention the fact that the majority of those police officers that you had in Los Angeles in the 50s and 60s came from the rural South.
Yep.
Your boy William H. Parker did that.
Yep, that's where they recruited them from South Carolina,
Exactly.
North Carolina, Alabama,
Oklahoma,
Mississippi,
great state of Texas, down there, Governor Bud, Governor Rolaids, Governor Hot Wheels.
Tennessee.
Yeah. Arrested Development, great state of Georgia.
The great state of Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, most definitely is because you got a whole lot of people who live in California who have lineage to Louisiana.
Yep. Stanley Tookie Williams is one.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then look how they did him.
Mm-hmm.
You see, now although Tookie Williams, you know, he had a rep, you know what I'm saying, but at least toward the end of his life, that Mr. Williams tried to redeem himself by writing the children's books of how to avoid, you know, a certain culture, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep. Crippin'. Yep.
Yeah, you see, so then on that, all he was asking for, because he knew he wasn't getting out. So the Terminator did not have to terminate him.
No.
He could have given him clemency. Although it was how should I say, it was a very, very serious crime that he committed, and I'm not going to go off into his case, you know, out of regard for his family.
Yeah.
But at least the man did try with the children's books that he was writing to avoid a certain lifestyle.
Right.
That put him on the path of what got him
in prison.
You know, incarcerated and executed, by the way. And as you do know, after his execution, California, I believe, had put a moratorium on the death penalty situation. I think similar to what they did to old boy there. Well, he was innocent. Okay, well, they didn't. No, I'm sorry. With him, they didn't allow him to use up his appeals. But there were some cases in some states of the method of execution that they were saying has come under the thing of cruel and unusual punishment. Now, let's look at the dude in South Carolina recently. He went up there and said, give him the damn firing squad. And they kicked him off the planet.
That was in your good old
Utah.
That was in your
Utah.
Alabama.
Yeah. And Utah, that is their method of execution, is the firing squad.
Yep, this is the only state that, up until recently, was the only state that's how they execute their executions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes, with the firing squad.
7 minutes left of this.
Okay, and then I'm gonna call it a night, you know, after that, because we've been going on 5 hours now, and it is 2:43, and I know it's almost sunrise for you there, and Ponytown over there.
Ponytown is Mile High City. Ponytown.
Yeah, put the ponies back in the barn.
The Broncos are right now.
And then them Nuggets, and then the Buckets, you know, that was great news.
Nuggets.
Yeah, what the Buckets lost to, you said the Warriors come out to play.
Yeah, I know UNT Militant is all happy about that shit.
Oh, that's great news. That's great news. That's great news.
No, that's horrible.
Now, let us form our own leagues, Black family. For that revenue that me and Brother Che was talking about that's generated by pro sports that could go off into the Black community. We need to form our own leagues. And with the talent level that we have, I do believe that we can grab the open market on it. Yeah, but that's a subject for another episode. But we're on this right here.
And
okay,
that's not how this is supposed to work. It's supposed to be collaborative. So I would say no, that's not necessary. And who at the Cal State has the expertise for genealogy? Because it's not just the Cal State. They can hire nonprofits, they can hire other organizations, etc. I mean, it's just it's a waste.
So my takeaway from what you're saying, Attorney Crier, is that they could handle this within the agency by hiring experts or even partnering through the agency with scholars inside.
With the Cal State. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
Understood.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the call. So let's go to Ira, one of our Republican friends who listens in. Hi, Ira. Republicans are
Ira about to cuss her out. Watch.
Out this morning. We appreciate your support of KBLA. What's on your mind?
Thank you for your time, Dominique. Listen, I like Attorney Cryer, but Dominique, you're full of it. You're one of those black adjacent females like Candace Owens. I mean, you don't mean black people any good.
No.
So you called here to insult me? That's what you woke up this morning and decided to do. You thought, I'm going to go and attack a black woman on her own radio show. A 5-time Emmy Award winner, National Association of Broadcast Award winner, decades-long community activist. I'm going to just get on her show and talk smack. You don't have a question. You don't want to contribute. You don't want to contribute to reparations. You just want to attack me. That's your agenda. Okay. Did you have anything to say about reparations, Ira?
Yeah, I do. Obviously,
okay, well, let's get to that then. Otherwise, it's goodbye, hon.
Yeah, obviously reparations is something that needs to be seriously considered. It's not being. They're playing with us. They're lying to us. And it's just taking this further afield. That's
Got it.
Things aren't
Thank you,
done.
Ira. Have a nice day. Your response to Ira, Ms. Attorney Cryer.
Love it. Oh, we need her. We need her.
So, do I have to respond?
No, you don't. You actually don't.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to bring up really quickly, I am going to be on a subcommittee for the Santa Monica City Reparations Task Force. Shout out to them.
That's great news. That is great news.
I have connections and roots in Santa Monica. Shout out to grandparents who live there, homeowners, business owners. They have since passed on. Look forward to honoring them and representing the family on that task force. So,
wow, that is amazing news. I know that the deadline was last week. And I was hoping that some real reparationists that were knowledgeable and dedicated would get on that committee. So that is amazing news. Break down what that means and you know what's happening in Santa Monica for those who haven't been following.
Well, I think Santa Monica has been on a long road to restoration. I'll say that. There was an apology. Well, let me back up and I'll do this quickly. After George Floyd was murdered, I know the city issued a proclamation. They wanted to have a Black agenda. That was during the pandemic. I was trying to work with them on that, and it just kind of fell through. Fast forward, they did issue an apology to Black residents, a formal apology. They actually gave the proclamation out to 5 families. My family was one that received a copy of the proclamation, and I believe it's enshrined at the front of City Hall. But you know, as far as the task force, it from what it looks like, it may be a combined effort for Native Americans and for Black Americans. And you know, I want to explore how we can make sure everyone's issues are heard, and it's not one group's issues outweigh the other, et cetera. I would like to bifurcate the issue, but I'm on a subcommittee. So, you know, we'll see what that looks like. We haven't had our first meeting yet. We'll meet next week, and then I'll be able to report back. So I'm just not sure how, you know, what it looks like going forward, because everyone's definition of reparations is different. And, you know, I know what I'm working for. I'm working for the freedmen community. But I also want to just give a word.
Ain't no different definition. It's fucking cash. Cut the goddamn check.
Cash, gold,
word of encouragement to those in the comments.
Tangible assets,
a lot of people that tune into your show by YouTube, and they always get exasperated when us reparationists come in. And here's all these people again. That's all they care about. Yes, this is what we are passionate about. But I want you all in the comments to stop and take a deep breath, okay, and exhale. We are doing this not just for us, and this is not necessarily just about a check. This is about a justice claim that's overdue. And I would encourage you to listen to what we're saying. Let the experts have at it. And if we get all of the things, you should be encouraging. I think it's a defense mechanism for Black people to say, oh, it's never going to happen. Why do they keep talking about that? Because we have been so disappointed by this country that we love so much. My final thought is be of good cheer, because you will see the goodness of God in the land of the living.
Amen to that.
Be of good cheer.
Amen to that. And also, I think, there's a lot of love for you in the chat too. A lot of people are grateful that you're taking a concrete step, that you've got on this commission. That's why I invite everyone in. And I think that's where we need to be. We all need to be at the table for reparations, all in for reparations.
Mm-hmm. All in, all in. So I'm looking forward to see what happens with the reparations movement. And even if it does not happen the way we think it should in California, we still have commissions across the country, but we still have a federal fight. And I don't care what is happening. It looks like the world is falling apart. I am still advocating behind the scenes for us to have a Freedmen Commission at the federal level. Again, be of good cheer. I really think God is going to do something amazing and blow our minds in 2025.
Well,
and I'm talking about for the Black community, even in the midst of all this turmoil. I think he's going to show up and show out for us because it's time.
Yep,
You know what? I agree. I agree with that. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm expecting something sudden and profound.
Amen.
Yeah, amen to that. If folks want to tap in with you or tap in with organizing around reparations, what would you suggest?
Brother Che?
I would suggest following CJAC on all platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and that's Coalition for Just and Equitable California.
Thank you for your time this morning, Attorney Cryer. I can't wait to hear more about your work in Santa Monica. I'm really excited about that. What an encouraging way to end a Freedmen Friday.
All right, Shabaki. What are your thoughts on this on your way out?
Okay, on my way out right there is this. Okay, we have to get her contact information. Is because I would love to have one of those dumb bunnies call up. You know what I mean? And because I got a whole stack full for them. Of the 47 years, or wait a minute, how old am I now? Of the over 55 years that I lived there in California. And the reparations for California is not so much for the redlining as all these questionable killings by the police department against our people, from slave patrollers, from San Francisco to Oakland to Los Angeles to San Diego to San Jose. You see what I'm saying? Then not to mention what happened with Mr. Ezell Ford. That very easily could have been me. That very easily could have been a loved one of mine. Could have been a loved one of yours. Could have been you if you had visited the state. You see? So if anything, with the policy enforcers, the slave patrollers, because the police are policy enforcers. So just on that alone is worthy of reparations. You see? And I don't give a damn if you have to go up there and empty out that damn Federal Reserve Bank up there in San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, crew, exactly. Man, you up early with us, crew. It must be sunrise there. Say, so therefore, crew in California, they owe the reparations too. You see what I'm saying? Is that a lot of our people were taken there doing slavery to go mine that damn gold in the late 1840s after they discovered gold there. As Brother Isaiah had pointed out to us, look at Biddy Mason.
Yep.
Say, look at Biddy Mason. Look at the murderous police of Los Angeles. Look at the redlining. Look at the foul, negative images they project of us in Hollywood. See, and then not to mention the fact when the Black Panthers went up there to the California State Capitol in 1967, you saw how they were treated for exercising their Second Amendment right.
Spoke of about an hour ago. All right, well, thank you for
coming. Okay. Okay, crew. All righty. And then, not to mention the fact, you got the murderous police of the San Francisco Police Department. You got the murderous police of the Oakland Police Department, which is why the Black Panthers came into existence. Lord knows you got the murderous attitudes of the Los Angeles Police Department. And then when William H. Parker was the chief of the LAPD, them was the main ones he was recruiting to be the cops out there in the 1950s was from the South. See, you see what I mean? Okay. And then not to mention the fact on California, Brother Che, if I was a slave in Alabama and you was a slave in South Carolina, and we decided to get away from these cruel masters, and we say, well, hey, homie, let's bum rush California. You see what I'm saying? So we'll be making it all across those swamps, all across that damn desert. And we ain't stopping until we see the Pacific Ocean and breathe salt there. Now we're in California. Now we got to make it all the way up there, man, to SF, you know, to go get our clothes and all our stuff. And then we got to go through Oakland. Then we got to go up there through Stanislaus County. Then we got to go up there, man, into Sutter's Mill, the California Gold Discovery Park. And then we're going up them little teeny tiny roads, man, going up there to mine that gold. You see what I mean? Yeah, up there by Placerville, Hangtown, you know, shooting ass, crazy ass, trigger happy sheriff up there, hanging judge, you know. Hey, twin, you know what I'm saying? And everybody bum rushing that gold. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then keep in mind, when you look at California, right? When you see some of them small cities that say like Angels Camp, French Camp, that I found out, those were the camps of the gold miners prospecting for the gold. Just like everybody saw the show with Barbara Stanwyck called The Big Valley. They was talking about the San Joaquin Valley. See? Barkley's own gold mines. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, we got similar to Colorado, Shabaki. Like we got gold.
Oh yeah, y'all got y'all had some gold in them there hills. Oh yeah, y'all had
El Dorado Springs, Idaho Springs.
Yeah.
Black Hawk.
But everybody wanted to get away from them blizzards you all got there, man, and them Rocky Mountains.
They got caught up in the mountains.
Yeah, and then they had to go through the other mountains called the Sierra Nevadas. You know, where you had 1847. What was that? What was the name of it? They made a movie about it.
Oh, that's when
what was the name of it?
That's when it was outlaw country.
Yeah, but I'm trying to talk about where the people turned into cannibals up there was so cold. What the hell was that city?
Oh, they did that in Jamestown. They turned into cannibals in Jamestown, Virginia. The first call, they had so stuff in bodysuits because they couldn't get through the damn winter. So they started eating each other.
Yeah, but they also had it in California too.
Yeah, I'm talking about what the town was.
Shit, and I've passed it many times. Okay, wait a minute.
Yep, exactly, crew. Them folks have always been
they always have been cannibals, crew. Yeah, that's for real. They had to go to Sutter's Mill to get help. Okay, Sutter's Mill, is in the city of Sacramento. Okay. It was a fort. Okay, wait a minute. The hell was it? It wasn't El Dorado.
It wasn't Placerville.
It wasn't Placerville. Wait a minute. Wasn't El Dorado.
It was Truckee.
What the hell? No, it was near Truckee. Because Truckee's on the other side of the Sierra Nevadas, because Truckee's only 17 miles from the Nevada state line.
It wasn't Vacaville.
No, that's where the nut house is. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Cannibalism in California. And I know I'm going to kick myself in the ass. Wait a minute. Cannibalism.
It was
in California. Okay. Cannibalism. Hold on.
Oh, Paradise.
Cannibalism.
It was in Paradise.
No, not Paradise. Wait a minute.
Susanville.
Not Susanville. What was the name of this damn place? Cannibalism. Okay, hold it. Cannibalism in California. Hold on. I know you hear me typing. Cannibalism in California.
Yeah.
Okay, United States. Cannibalism in Donner Pass. Donner Pass. Yeah, I passed it. Yeah, that's it. I knew. Yeah, Donner Pass. Yep. Now, you know what happened, right? Now, you know what happened.
I'm going to read it right now. The most infamous example of cannibalism in California's history involves the Donner Party, a group of pioneers who became stranded in the Sierra Nevada during the winter of 1846 to 1847 and resorted to cannibalism to survive.
Yep. Because what had happened is that when they realized a situation, okay, with the cannibalism, right? The wagon train boss, okay, let the oxen graze for 3 days when he should have stayed his ass up there only 1 day. So when the Donner Pass situation happened, they went down there to Fort Sutter. That's in Sacramento. So then quite naturally, of course, you would figure, man, with them in the snow on horseback, man, let's say it took them 30 days to get to Sutter's Mill and then took them another 30 days to get back. You see what I'm saying? And keep in mind, going back, they're going uphill as opposed to going downhill because Donner's Pass, man, that there is 7,551 feet above sea level. You see what I'm saying? Yep. And the story on it is the Donner Party, ill-fated group of settlers headed to California. Okay, settlers stranded in snow turned to cannibalism. Okay, the Donner Party was a group of settlers heading to California who became stranded in heavy snows in the Sierra Nevada mountains in 1846. Isolated in horrific conditions, about half the original group of nearly 90 people died of starvation or exposure. Some of the survivors turned to cannibalism in order to survive. After those who managed to stay alive were rescued in early 1847, the story of horror in the mountains appeared in a California newspaper. The tale made its way east, circulated through newspaper articles, and became part of Western lore. About half of a group of nearly 90 settlers heading to California in 1846 starved when snowbound. Disaster was caused by taking an untested route, which added weeks to the journey. You see this right here, people? Disaster was caused by taking an untested route, which added weeks to the journey. Survivors eventually resorted to cannibalism. The story circulated widely through the newspaper stories. Origin of the Donner Party. Okay, the Donner Party was named for two families, George Donner and his wife and children, and George's brother Jacob and his wife and children. And you're going to love this crew. They're from Springfield, Illinois, as was another family traveling with them, James Reed and his wife and children, also from Springfield, Illinois, with various individuals associated with the Donner and Reed families. The original group left Illinois April 1846, arrived in Independence, Missouri the following month. It took them a damn month, man, just to go from Illinois to Missouri. Shit. After securing provisions for the long trip westward, the group, along with other travelers from a variety of places, left Independence on May 12, 1846. People would typically meet in Independence and decide to stick together for the journey westward, which is how some members of the Donner Party joined the group essentially by chance. The group made good progress along the trail westward, and in about a week had met up with another wagon train, which they joined. The early part of the journey passed with no major problems. The George Donner's wives had written a letter describing the early weeks of the trip, which appeared in the newspaper back in Springfield, Illinois. The letter also appeared in papers in the East, including the New York Herald, and published it on the front page. Okay. After passing Fort Laramie, that's Wyoming, Brother Chase, you know, a major landmark on the way west, they met up with a writer who gave them a letter which claimed that troops from Mexico, which was at war with the United States, might interfere with their passage ahead. The letter advised taking shortcuts called the Hastings Cutoff. After arriving at Fort Bridger in present-day Wyoming, the Donners, the Reeds, and others debated whether to take the shortcut. They were assured falsely it turned out that traveling would be easy. Somebody sold them a bill of goods. Through a series of miscommunications, they did not receive warnings from those who knew otherwise. The Donner Party decided to take the shortcut, which led into many hardships. The route which took them on a southerly path about Great Salt Lake was not clearly marked, and it was often very difficult passage for the group's wagon. Okay, that explains why the Interstate 80 goes through there. Okay. The shortcut required passing over the Great Salt Lake Desert. The conditions were like nothing any other travelers had seen before because you got salt literally over there. I've seen it near Salt Lake City. You got the rock salt laying out there. That there's where, what's that salt company's name there? Rainbow or some shit right there. Morgan Salt. Yeah, that's where they're headquartered at. With blistering heat now, by day and frigid winds at night, it took 5 days to cross the desert, leaving the 87 members of the party, including many children, exhausted. Some of the party's oxen had died in the brutal conditions, and it became obvious that taking a shortcut had been a colossal blunder. Yeah, so then, arriving at the Sierra Nevada mountain range at the end of October. See, this is where they really fucked up.
Yeah.
Brother Che, they arrived at the Sierra Nevada, man, at the end of October.
Oh, shit.
Early snows were already making the journey difficult when they reached the vicinity of Truckee Lake, now called Donner Lake. They discovered the mountain passes they needed to cross were already blocked by snow drifts. And yeah, man, and them snow drifts is deep, man. I remember one time y'all coming from Reno, man, going back to Sacramento, man, and it was snowing. The damn snow drifts was 30 fucking feet high, people. 30 fucking feet high.
Yep.
Attempts to get over the passes failed. A group of 60 travelers settled into crude cabins which had been built and abandoned 2 years earlier by other settlers passing by. A smaller group, including the Donners, set up a camp a few miles away. Stranded by impassable snow, the supplies quickly dwindled. The travelers had never seen such snow conditions before, and attempts by small parties to walk onward to California to get help were thwarted by the deep snow drifts.
Damn.
And man, yeah, we could do a story on this itself, Brother Che, but that there's just some preliminary right there. So, yeah, Dwayne, it was bad, man. Yeah, that shit is bad, man. I've been through that shit, man. I had to drive through there one time, man. The damn snow drifts, man, was 30 feet high, twin. Because I was getting ready to go through, and the California Highway Patrol, man, had shut down Interstate 80, Donner Pass. You know, they said you got to make a U-turn. If the Highway Patrol of California see you up there, they're impounding your car.
Yeah.
Now, how are you going to impound a motherfucker's car, man, in deep shit snow? And they told me, and the old boy told me, well, that's why we're impounding the cars. That's why we tell you now to turn your ass around.
Yeah.
Which I had to do, you know. Then I sat there in Reno, okay, and then I'm looking at the weather report, and then they said that they was letting people through Donner Pass. Now, Reno is only 22 miles inside Nevada state line from the California state line, okay? Yeah. About that many people died during the starvation time in 1610 Jamestown. Okay, crew. Okay, and keep in mind, crew, I know there in Illinois, y'all got that Great Lake cold, man. But up there is Interstate 80, 20 minutes from where I grew up. Okay, that's just it though, crew. Interstate 80 will take you all the way from San Francisco, California to Ocean Cities, Maryland. And yes, sir, it does go through the city limits of Chicago. I've traveled it in Chicago. Okay. Yep. So the altitude of Donner Pass, Brother Che, is higher than a Mile High City. is 7,520 feet above sea level. But one thing though, I will tell you, if you ever take that trip, man, it is spectacularly beautiful.
Yeah,
and then the sad part about it is that you will see the remnants of all the trees left over from the loggers.
Yeah.
They say that are just out there rotting. You know what I'm saying? And look like they ain't been touched, man, in 150 years. You see what I mean? Then you got the railroad. Okay, I lived right off of Route 30, Astoria, Oregon to Atlantic City, New Jersey. Okay. All righty. Okay. Okay. Is there an Astoria? Okay, crew. So you've been to the state of Oregon?
You might be talking about night.
Okay. Astoria, Oregon to Atlantic City, New Jersey. Okay, he said he lived right off of Route 30. Okay, that sounds like a U.S. highway. Because crew, it would be the Interstate 80 that goes all the way from Frisco to Ocean City, Maryland.
Yeah, he's talking about further north than that.
Yeah. Because I've passed the sign, man, just outside of Sacramento, Ocean City, Maryland, 3,398 miles. Okay, so crew said he never, okay, crew. Just like when you take the Santa Monica Freeway, Interstate 10, it will tell you Jacksonville, Florida, 3,000.
Yeah, he's talking about the state highway.
Oh, okay, he's talking about the state highway. Okay, I'm talking about the interstate, crew. Yeah, I'm talking about the Interstate 80. It'll take you all the way from downtown San Francisco, all the way, man, to Ocean Cities, Maryland. Interstate 10, which starts in Santa Monica, California, will take you all the way to Jacksonville, Florida.
Yep.
And you'll be going through the great state of Texas. On Interstate 10 down there with Governor Bud, Governor Rolades.
All right, y'all, we're going to wrap it up because it's super late.
Yeah, it's 5 hours that we've been on here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Lincoln Highway, the South Burbs of Chicago. Okay, I've seen the Lincoln Highway. Yes, sir. The U.S. Route 30, aka the Lincoln Highway. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, coast to coast.
Coast to coast, yeah. Okay, that's a U.S. highway as opposed to an interstate.
Correct.
Just like you got U.S. Highway 95 here.
Just like you got U.S. Highway 40 here.
Yep, and just like we steal all your water there, man, you know, out the Colorado River right there where the Hoover Dam is. It's a lower number, more northern than the highway. If odd numbers north to south, even as east to west. Yes, sir, that is a fact. Yes, sir, that is a fact. Okay, that is a fact, crew. You are most definitely correct on that. Well, anyway, man, I'm gonna bid you all a good morning, early sunrise from Sin City. We've been up here 5 hours and 11 minutes. Be sure to like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Please share. Hit the donation button right there. We need dough. We're trying to stay afloat too. All right, so definitely, hit what we try to make some money on. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act allows for fair use of copyrighted material for purposes such as criticism, that we do a lot of, comment sometimes, news reporting, yes, teaching, scholarship, and research.
So we had a very informative show today, or this morning, or this tonight, last night, into the morning. So we appreciate everybody that tapped in. Make sure y'all, like Shabaka said, like and subscribe to all of our platforms. This is going to conclude Season 5, Episode 2, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today for Part 3, Episode 2.
And then also, too, go to Facebook, like the page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where you get all the updates on our future presentations. All right, twin. Okay, it was on fire, man. Yeah, we try to bring that heat, man. It's cold as hell out here. You know, and the temperature saying 46 degrees, man. I feel like where you at, brother Che?
34.
Blaze. 34 degrees. Black first. You damn right, twin. Absolutely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack. Okay, brother Che, I'll give you a call in a few hours.
Okay, so peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Sharon Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, soon to be the Porter City and Arrested City. We'll see y'all for part 3. Peace.
Yes, sir. And keep in mind,